and gentlemen, if you're not already, we ask that you please rise, face the flag above the west end of the court, as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. And now let's meet tonight's starting lineups. First, the visiting Titans from Illinois Wesleyan University. Starting on the guard line of high 7 junior number 4, Rebecca Harrisman. Our 5 junior guard, number 11, Holly Durrell. Our 5'6" senior guard, number 12, Brandon Kelly. The other guard, our 5'6" senior number 30, Gabrielle Reyes. And the forward, our 5'10" senior number 22, Alina Bahaki. James are coached by Maya Smith, assisted by Sean Jackson and Jake Cusack.
Welcome to Gregory Arena on the campus of North Central College. The Cardinals and the Titans of Illinois Wesleyan matching up here tonight. Welcome into this NCTV 17 production of Cardinal basketball. Three-pointer for the Cardinals. And right off the bat, it's a 3-2 score. Cardinals on top of the Titans here in the first half. 3 is no good for Illinois Wesleyan. Let's get to the starting lineups tonight as Paula Zerani will lay it up and in. for the Cardinals, it's Mason Whipple, Selena Juarez, Paula Zerani, Miranda Grizafi, and Jamie Cooney on the floor for NCC, although they will have a short-lived stretch on the floor. There's a new 5 already at the scorer's table. That's blocked and out of bounds, and here comes that fresh 5.
For the Cardinals, number 4, Caroline Heimerdinger. Number 21, Sierra O'Neill.
Meanwhile, for Illinois Wesleyan, they come out with a starting 5 of Alina Lahaki, Maddie Merritt, Rebecca Ariesman, Molly McGraw, and Amanda Kelly. Out of bounds, and it's back to the Cardinals. If this is your first experience of Cardinal basketball, the women's team, it's Caroline Heimerdinger with a 3. Off the mark to the right, no good. Well, they're going to be substituting fast and furious as the Titans turn the ball over. Heimerdinger with the steal in the corner. She comes this way. Near side, 3 taken, Michaela Reedy. And the Titans with the ball, and it's a foul underneath the hoop.
Cardinal foul number 22, Natalie Dimitrova, her first team foul.
And at this point, it's time to welcome my broadcast partner, Eric Gruber, into the booth. 5-2 Cardinals lead. And Eric, I know you have done a lot of research on this team. You know quite a bit about it. I think that's fair to say. That rebound won by Caroline Heimerdinger. Chances of this team taking down one of the best teams in the country in Illinois Wesleyan tonight?
I think some of the keys to this one is what they struggled in their loss against Rose Holman is you got to make Illinois Wesleyan do what North Central wants them to do. And Rose Holman did whatever they wanted to do, and that's the key for North Central usually on their defensive end. Make them play your game, not their own.
Michaela Reedy with the basketball, gets it stripped away. That's Rebecca Ariesman on the steal. She'll Euro step into the lane and rolls it up and good. And now Wesleyan with a 1-point lead. Cardinals come into this matchup 3-1. The Titans have already played 6 games this season. They're 3-3. Steal in the corner from Ariesman ahead to Gabrielle Holness. And the bucket is up and good for Molly McGraw, and a substitution timeout called from North Central. They get a fresh 5 in there after a minute and a half stretch.
That 3-3 record can deceive you, though. They're a lot better than 3-3. They've had a tough schedule so far. I want you to pay attention to Dolly. She comes in, the freshman there. She missed the first 2 games of the year. She's sets up on that right side, and she loves to go to the middle lane with that left hand. She's a righty, but she loves to go left. She's been doing a lot the last 2 games she's played, and she's very good at it.
You mentioned,
and here she goes left.
I try to dump it up underneath. That's off the mark and last touched by Illinois Wesleyan, intended for Diamond Collicutt.
She's got to be ambidextrous or just
or lefty.
No, she shoots righty. Trust me, I noticed it big time. Very impressive.
Drive into the lane, lefty shot, no good. Collicutt with the rebound and air balls on the second attempt. Pushed ahead, and Molly McGraw, the team's leading scorer at 15 a game, misses the shot, hits the deck, but the Titans get the offensive board. Swung around and stolen away for the Cardinals. Jamie Cooney pushes it ahead. That's Mason Whipple. Whipple, an all-CCIW performer last year. That one rattles in and out, no good. And a steal, Collicutt left-handed up and in.
Whipple has been struggling finishing so far early in this year. They're going to start falling. They're just going in and out a lot right now.
Too good of a player to just not see those go in.
So fast. Got to be one of the fastest players in the country. Well, she also does track.
That helps.
Yeah.
Typically helps. McGraw working the baseline, swings it across court, and that one's taken away as well, and a foul called on Illinois Wesleyan. And that will be on Gabrielle Holness, who really put up a good game last year against this team. 20 points in that effort. 6:22 to play, opening half. They take that opening quarter. Still getting used to that rule change. Has tipped a couple of times, last touched by Illinois Wesleyan. That actually, in a way, kind of hurts North Central in the way they like to play.
Yes,
that small break, yeah.
I know for sure that they were not happy about with that rule change.
Outside, Zerani Little floater, and able to skip it over the front of the rim and in.
Well, Zorani has been also with the Mason Whipple not happy with her finishing lately, and there she gets one to fall.
Foul underneath and 2 shots coming.
Both very good finishers around the rim too, and you know they're going to start falling.
Now, here's something interesting. For the last who knows how many years, I have been saying Paula Zorante. And apparently,
I did too, don't worry.
apparently that is incorrect.
It is not.
It is Paula Zorani.
Zorani.
So I'm still saying it incorrect. Zorani.
We're there.
But you also mentioned the fact that the PA announcer has said it the same way.
I'm pretty sure every away game they
every
also
broadcaster.
say that.
And yet she has made no attempt to correct any one of us.
There she goes.
Zorani,
right on cue.
with the layup, gives the Cardinals a 2-point lead.
Dimitrova there trying to get the steal a little too far across the body. Watch her in the post. Definitely has a lot of potential as a freshman.
6-foot freshman from Wheeling, Illinois, a Buffalo Grove product. Doubled in the backcourt and nowhere to go. And that will be a timeout taken.
And now something I always wonder, because I know in the NBA it's real, but in college just I don't know. Okay,
it resets?
But
oh, no.
No. Does the 10 seconds reset after timeout? Because
I don't
NBA
think so.
Because it's 8 seconds, I know. But does it? I don't think it. I think it resets in college. I don't think it does in the NBA.
Well, Michelle Roof right now is talking to the official, and they'll put 21 seconds up, so it has to matter.
We'll see. We'll see. If they get it across extremely quick, we'll know it matters.
I mean, I guess on this inbound, you're just going to have to heave it down court, and whatever happens, it's going to be a turnover if you pass it into the backcourt.
I'm pretty sure you need possession too. I don't think it can be in the air. I think you need the ball in your hands on your side of the court.
Huh.
This is coming from my refereeing days.
You seem very unsure of this rule, which makes me question your refereeing days.
Third, fourth, fifth grade, so I don't think I was going to get chased out of the gym. And there was no shot clock to count my 10 seconds. Well, there's our answer.
And it's not going to matter. And the Cardinals say, who cares? Calicut puts it up and in.
She is the spark off the bench for this team. She is all energy all the time.
A fight for it on the floor and a heave down court and a jump shot. But it's knocked down by Nina Anderson, a sophomore from Park Ridge.
Park Ridge.
A Maine South product.
That's where all my cousins went. I know I'm familiar there.
3 looked good, but it was off the mark on the right side of the backboard for Michaela Reedy. Now she's the lone woman back. That one skips off the backboard as well. The second effort is good, and that's Ashley Schneider for the Titans, and it's a tie game at 13 apiece. This is interesting because Illinois Wesleyan doesn't typically go 10, 12 deep, but teams are kind of forced to have to do that.
Yeah, it looks like they're already, over the 11 deep with 4 on the bench and 2 checking in here. But notice a lot of teams have been forcing Whipple to go left this year because she loves to go right, and she's been doing a good job with that left hand.
Tipped up by Reedy, Whipple with the steal, and she puts it off the glass. So those shots are falling tonight. One of the things that impresses me the most about Mason Whipple is her ability to go full speed at the backboard and still somehow finesse it, allowing her to hit that shot. Reisman with the basket.
Wesleyan there knocked down the mid-range jumper. That's the key to this against this North Central team. If you can knock down mid-range jumpers, you can beat them.
Shot is up, but they're going to call it on the floor.
Mid-range jump shot's kind of a lost art in basketball now. It's threes or layups or dunks.
You talk about, well, you're not going to see many of those in this game, but with that jump shot, a lot of people see it as a low percentage, low reward play. There's a nice back cut for Jamie Cooney.
Cooney's first points since returning from her shoulder injury.
She's wearing a brace on that left shoulder. That's off the end line, last touch by the Titans, and that's Gabrielle Holness who kicked it out of bounds. And the Cardinals really need Jamie in a big way, not just for her production, but just as the ability to deepen those line changes. She takes a 3 and comes up a little short.
And she's out there right now with Shannon Ryan, who right there on the floor. They played together in high school at Naperville Central.
Nice passing underneath, and there's Cooney with the block.
Something that she does so well is when she blocks it, she keeps it in bounds.
Softens it, I guess you could say. That one, it ricochets, pinballs around, it ends up in the hands of Holness, and Holness traveled. Oh, yep.
Don't want to see that injury. Hope she's okay. You saw that knee buckle underneath or something. Something didn't look right there.
She's on the baseline. Looks like she's in a fair bit of pain. 3:20 to play, opening quarter. The training staff will attend to her.
You hate to see that.
19-15 the score. The Cardinals have come out, and they've played fairly well against this Titan team.
And that it didn't look right. You saw the little buckle there.
Yeah.
And hopefully it's not a knee, but it sure looks like it is.
That'll put a damper on it. We're going to take a quick step away. We'll take a minute break on NCTV 17. Welcome back to NCTV 17. Cardinals right back down the floor, and Gabrielle Holness was helped off the floor, and we wish only the best for her right now.
Gotta pray for a sprain or something. You never know, but gotta hope for the best.
19-15.
Especially hate to see that for a senior. It's not good for anybody, but you never want to see it for a senior.
Sterling will take the three and knock it down.
We got somebody sitting right above us who's very familiar with ACLs. Lauren Hernandez up there shaking her head.
A couple of them, I believe,
Yep,
in her day. That's a blocking foul in NCC.
Block charge, one of the hardest calls in sports. What do you think the hardest call in sports is?
As a referee?
Yeah, or up, I guess you could say.
That's interesting. How about a traveling call, since nobody actually bothers calling it?
NBA, you're talking there, right?
Yeah. Calicut takes it away, but right back into the hands of the Titans, and that's knocked down by McGraw.
The Cardinals right now playing their game, and that's what they want to do. That's huge.
Cooney traveled after she passed up on an open three. I don't know if she had the space to take that, but had to put the ball on the floor about a half a second earlier.
A little quick shuffle of the feet.
Yeah.
There's your travel.
There you go. How about that? Right on cue. Titans have had a tough time staying ahead of that blitz. They got a nice cut to the basket right there.
And Gabrielle Holness is a very good player for them as well, so that's a big loss.
Kick to the corner. Move into the lane for Sierra O'Neal, and a little turnaround jumper is good.
They got away with something.
That's a foul on NCC. That'll be the team's fourth. That's Reedy's first.
Ole Miss averaging 9.2 points per game for this Illinois Wesleyan team, third on the team in scoring. Looks like the Illinois Wesleyan men are making their way in.
We'll have that game as well as Sterling picks that one away. Far side, dumped underneath. Back outside Sterling, and now a three taken.
Great
Shannon
ball movement.
Ryan is off the mark, and it's the last touch by the Titans.
Sterling all-tournament team in their tournament last weekend at North Park.
11 points, 4 rebounds per game, I believe, is what
Sounds about
allowed
right.
her to take that honor. Cardinals coming home after a 2-1 road stretch. Bad loss to Rose Holman, but they were able to make up for it. That one, I believe, tipped out of the hands of Sterling and a foul, so free throws coming for the Titans.
The thing about that Rose Holman game is I believe they scored 49 points, is that
49.
right? It wasn't even bad shooting. They weren't even getting looks. That was the thing about it. It wasn't just not connecting and not being able to put anything home. They just really weren't getting the looks, and Rose Holman was defending them very, very well. Into the bonus here. That's been one of the Cardinals' issues here early in the year. They've been getting a little in the bonus. It's not too early now, but they've been getting the bonus. I think
4, 5, 6 minute mark.
I think the last game, the third quarter, they were in the bonus, 8 minutes to go, both teams. Probably one of the longest quarters in NCAA history.
Yeah, those quarters just seem to crawl.
Well, also with women's basketball now, there's no 1-and-1.
Correct. Last touch by NCC, according to the baseline official, and now they will discuss it.
And they'll change it. Anytime they discuss, they got to change, right?
Yeah, more likely than not. And there's the change. Cardinals will have it with 1:26 to go.
So you see Whipple here playing with Sterling. Coach Roof been kind of changing up the rotations a little bit this year.
You know, there's a lot of references with hockey, with the way this team plays and substitutes and mix and matches the lineup. It's kind of reminiscent of the way hockey coaches try and maximize chemistry on those different lines that they put together. Cardinals have 7 on the shot clock to work with as they got the steal right back from the Titans. 3, Whipple will take up a 3, and that's no good. McGraw with a rebound, but a foul on the floor, and who is this on?
It's going to be on Wesleyan.
That'll be on Alina Lahaki.
How many times a game do you bring up the shot clock when North Central's the ball?
Very few. That is the first time tonight, and I guarantee you I don't have 5 times tonight that I'll have to say it.
And there you see Holness on crutches going behind the North Central bench over there. Not a good sight.
Fresh shot clock and taken away. McGraw with the steal. Up ahead to Kelly. And Reisman will roll it off the front of the rim, and it finally winds into the hands of Lahaki. And she'll put the 2-point conversion good. Here's a 3. That's off the mark.
Yeah, Walls there on the attempt. Oh, a little arm bar there. Got away with it. Still a turnover.
Under 30 to play. I was going to say for a brief moment, the Cardinals could hold for the last shot if they wanted to, but why would they ever do that?
That's not in their DNA. I don't think
Nice
Paul
steal.
Zerani's ever been yelled at for not hustling.
No. Heimerdinger fought for the rebound. 8 seconds remaining. A couple of missed shots on that transaction. Here come the Titans. Taken away. Zerani. And she cannot get it off in time, and they will not count the foul either. That happened after the whistle, as Zerani is helped off the floor, and she's all right. First quarter comes to a close, and the Cardinals find themselves up 24-23 in a fast-paced first 10 minutes.
I can guarantee you that this North Central team very, very happy about that first quarter there. Is coming into this game, you don't really know what to expect as you played a Rose Holman team, got, let's be honest, beat up.
Pretty good.
Yeah. It wasn't a game ever at any point really. They got beat up really well, and then they played, they responded well, but it wasn't against a very great team, and this Wesleyan team is a great team. So they got to be extremely happy how they came out in that first quarter. Illinois Wesleyan lost to the number 9 team in the country by 1 point. Which
it's
is
a good team.
Yes, it's a very, very solid team. I think they were picked to finish second behind Wheaton in the preseason.
They were.
polls.
They got 2 of the first place votes. Wheaton got 7 of them.
It's tough to not pick Wheaton, especially when they have an All-American point guard in McDaniels. We'll see how this Cardinal team responds. You gotta. One of their biggest issues so far this year is, I know teams are going to go through droughts, but they go through 4 or 5 minute droughts. And when you play the system, you cannot go through that long of a drought. It's going to happen 1, 2, 3 minutes, but
you're also going to go through stretches where you knock down 3, 4, 5 threes in a row.
Exactly, but the 4, 5, 6 minute droughts can't happen, and that's when they get out of the game.
Taking a look at the stats from tonight's contest, and it's Paula Zerani with a team high 6 points. 2-pointer for Wesleyan will give them the lead. Here comes Jamie Cooney back with a 3, and that's a tad off the mark to the left and out of play. So Zerani, the leading scorer for North Central. For the Titans, it's Molly McGraw, 4 for 8 from the floor. Has a 3-pointer, but hasn't done much else, and that's kind of her MO. A high-volume scorer. Doesn't really contribute much in the departments of assists or rebounds.
Molly McGraw, to me, is one of those people that's been there for 42 years. I feel like she's very good every year she comes in, and she is never a senior.
I think she is this year.
Is she? Well, look.
No, she's not.
She's a junior. She's still got 10 years left.
Take that back. Sierra O'Neal with the basket.
O'Neal, one of the craftiest, most athletic finishers on this team.
Returning for the Titans number 30, Ashley Schneider. And a wholesale line change for the Cardinals. Also checking in for the Titans number 24, Sydney Shanks.
That looked like it might have been touched by O'Neal before that went out of bounds,
Yeah,
but the
surprised.
call goes in favor of North Central.
Because would she really go after it if she didn't touch it?
She looked like she was disappointed in the results of that play.
Yes.
That's Lindsey Brennan. Drives into the lane, left-handed shot into the crux of the rim, no good.
Just a freshman guard that has some height at that position. That really is going to be good for her career.
Nice crossover for Sterling. She'll pop the 3. Almost had a triple, her second of the night. Almost has another takeaway. Titans have really struggled in the passing lanes. Underneath, pump fake and a drive and a kick. Nice jumper. Good from Ashley Schneider.
Illinois Wesleyan's going to knock down those mid-range jumpers. North Central is going to be in trouble because that's what they want them to take.
Oh, that is almost a travel. Able to keep the pivot foot is Shannon Ryan. Brennan will spin into the lane, put up the shot with the left hand.
Great move inside there from the point guard.
It's a power move from a guard.
Yes, it is. She's a very poised freshman. Seems very under control at all times.
Schneider goes cross court, and it's taken away by Ryan. Pushed ahead to Brennan, behind the back, into the lane, kicks. Stutter step, and here comes a shot, and it's a blocking foul before the shot. And the Wesleyan coach, Mia Smith, is saying that might have been an extra step right there. But the foul coming before.
Jessica Dolly getting into the lane there, getting the line. This Cardinal team has not gotten the line much so far in this one. I don't know in the first quarter if they did it all. No free throw attempts in that first quarter at all.
First one's good and knocks this game up at 29. 7:44 to play here in the second quarter.
When you haven't been in the line, that's when you go as a coach is, hey, you owe us a couple.
Yeah. You also had to be a little bit more aggressive, too.
Yeah, and you usually get it when you deserve a few.
How often do you see a stat sheet unbalanced at the end of the game, foul, free throw wise?
Here, free throw wise could be different than foul wise. What I've noticed in blowouts is the refs will always even them up at the end, no matter what, because you don't notice it. You just look at the thing at the end, the stat sheet, and you see that it's even. We're 1 and 2 fouls apart, but they'll just call some ticky-tack stuff at the end. Close games, it's tough to do that, though.
Floater, and that will roll in for Laren Cepetti. 31-30. Titans with a 1-point lead. Thanks for tuning in to NCTV 17 tonight. A double feature of Cardinal basketball. Whipple into the corner. Jamie Cooney, a three.
Zorani on the steal.
Whipple will take a quick three. Whipple will hit for three.
And like we said, the droughts can be bad, and they can get hot real fast.
That's all it takes.
Missing is contagious and making is contagious. You played a lot of baseball in your day, right? Just like hitting.
Yeah.
Hitting is very contagious.
You start to feel good. You start to see them drop. It's prone to happen again and again and again. It's like you said earlier, being able to weather the storm of those stretches where you can't hit shots to get to these kind of stretches where all of a sudden you get a three, a steal, a three, a steal, a three.
That's kind of, I think, the most exciting part about the system and this team is you go to a fourth quarter, you're down 14. It doesn't feel like 14. I mean, you could end up losing by 30 because you don't hit a shot or you can't get a stop, but you can be up with 3 minutes to go. It can happen so fast.
That's the style of play at work. It allows you to either lose the lead real fast or gain a lead real fast.
And this is this year is way different because Carroll enters the conference, so you start conference play almost a whole month earlier. And you usually don't start till what? Is it the 1st of January, right?
Yeah.
Right after January? And they got Wheaton already on Wednesday.
One of the biggest matchups of the year for the Cardinals. Tipped up in the air, McGraw pulls it down. Sterling challenges the shot. Did a nice job converting for Sydney Shanks. Fortunately, she's not a golfer.
Yikes.
O'Neal with a three, and O'Neal knocks it down for a triple.
It's
And
contagious.
a foul. Is this a foul
Like
on the
it's-
Cardinals?
Looks like it's going to, was it on? Oh, there you go.
Dimitrova.
Delay a game.
Interesting. McGraw, the inbounder. And Kelly will push it ahead, and now full steam ahead. 3-on-2. The jumper rolls in.
Well, you can see how well they know this Cardinal team is. They know when Sterling's in there, she's going to try to take charges, and when Cooney's in, then she's going to try to block shots.
O'Neal just put her head down and charged into the lane. The shot woefully short. McGraw just stood her ground.
Good defense down there. Is O'Neal a little bit out of control. She was looking for a foul and didn't get that contact she wanted.
Usually when you're looking for a foul, the referees can see you looking for that foul.
That is true.
Kelly again breaks the press. Underneath and converted by Schneider again. Schneider, the early star of this game, knocking down both jumpers and short layup attempts.
And that's where Cooney is so valuable is not if she's not blocking shots. Sometimes I look at her and don't even want to go in there. And that's the good thing about having her back.
That's a travel called on Shannon Ryan. So now Wesleyan has weathered that quick little spurt from the Cardinals. They only trail by 2 with 6 minutes to play in the first half.
And I've noticed Walls has, from game 1 to now, and she's done a great job in the back of that press, is anticipating getting a lot of steals, at least, or tips, something to disrupt the play.
And a 5-second call. Nice job by Diamond Calicott and the rest of the team to stall long enough to get the turnover. That is when you know the defense is working, when you start to see those happening more and more. Whipple into the lane, gets the roll.
Oh, hesitation, beep, beep.
She is so fast turning that corner. Underneath, Schneider, defended by Walls, but no wall there.
I can guarantee you I would not stand a chance staying with Whipple.
No, I'd be caught flat-footed.
I would just want him to shoot. I couldn't do it.
And an offensive foul on Calicott, a moving screen. A new 5 will check in. And this is the starting unit along with Lindsey Brennan. So Whipple has changed lines, and Brennan is now running with what you could arguably say is the top line.
They have been doing this all year so far is Coach Roof and company have been switching around the lines throughout the game and mixing it up.
High off the glass, no good. Schneider forced to put it up because Cooney was closing fast.
And see, that's the thing, just the length, altering, it's not a stat, but altering shots is such a big thing for this North Central team with the press.
This is not a knock on Walls or Sterling, but Schneider was taking it strong right off the glass when those two were in. With Cooney in, you could see instantaneously the different angle that she had to put that shot up with.
And you know what, Sterling is maybe, I think she's got to be the best at CCIW, one of the best in the country at taking charges as well.
She is.
She is so good at getting to the spot.
Zerani tried to take one right there, and it didn't get called. Fortunately for her, the miss.
It was a good no call, though.
It was. That was blocked, and here come the Titans.
Yeah, see, they don't even want to do it.
Laura is able to keep it in bounds, and she's dribbling it up the court with her offhand and gets fouled on her way to the basket.
She is not used to dribbling full length of the floor, and she did a good job.
I don't think so.
And she had the left hand the whole time. That was a great job of corralling it, and now she's going to get to the line for 2.
Hey, you know what? It looked a little unorthodox, but it was effective, and it gets her 2 free throws.
There's not a video or a picture in the stat sheet.
There you go. The only thing you'll see is 2 free throws and whether or not she can make them. It's the first.
That's our golf lingo. We always say, you don't have to draw a picture on the scorecard of how you got the score on that hole.
Yeah.
All you got to do is write the number.
Speaking of shanks.
Oh, no. I don't like that word at all. It's a very mental word.
Second one will get the friendly shooter's roll. For those of you watching, my partner tonight, Eric Gruber, was a golfer on the North Central golf team for 4 years. Scoring average went down all 4 years, did it not?
Did.
I think so.
Couldn't have gotten worse after freshman year, though. Let's put it that way.
Shot from the wing, in and out, no good. Tipped around a couple of times, and Michaela Reedy.
Great battle in there by Reedy.
And she stayed persistent under the basket. Here comes Whipple. Tipped, intended for Reedy. Titans coming the other way, but a misadvantage. Doesn't matter. Amanda Kelly with the basket.
Something that I coach 6th grade basketball, a little different level, but I preach you need dead ball turnovers. Live ball turnovers will kill you. Throw the ball out of bounds, that's fine. Your defense resets.
A turnover like that where it's a tip, different story. Sterling a 3, bounces off the rim to the far side. Reedy tried to save it from going out of bounds, and it's a foul in the backcourt.
You see the junior, Reedy there talking to Dimitrova about that foul. You don't need that right there, and that's her 3rd. That's a foul you don't want here in this first half.
The play is already progressing. There's no point.
It's frustration.
Yeah.
And it comes with experience as a freshman. That's the thing. Stuff like that happens. You see Coach Roof talking to her now. It's not a bad thing, just something you learn from.
3 from the wing again. That's good. Nina Anderson, who went in and out in her last attempt from the exact same spot. Here's Ryan with a quick pull. Big bounce off the front of the rim, and McGraw the rebound. Skip pass ahead. And a layup will give the Titans a 3-point lead.
And here's one of those dry spells we're talking about. We got those 2 free throws from Juarez, but that's pretty much it in the last couple minutes.
Ryan swings it down low. Calicott kicks it out. Cooney lines up a 3. No.
Right on line, a little in and out.
Cooney, the lone man back. Bounce pass underneath, and the shot good. Tough to guard 2 people when you're all alone. Ryan near side, drives, puts up a left-handed floater.
Great move. That's a tough shot, tough angle.
Falling out of bounds, you have that backboard that becomes an obstacle.
You know, something I was thinking about, I just thought about it now as I saw a burst of speed there as she's bringing up the ball there was Kelly, is people think how tired every other team should get against North Central. Now, I agree, they will get tired, but you got to remember, they're not playing the same type of defense. They're back. They're not pressing. They're not sprinting the whole time. Offense, they're working hard, and the bigs really aren't working that hard on offense. They're waiting down here for the ball. So it's not the same type of energy level I think that you would think that they're getting rid of. It's not as bad. It's not easy.
You see the energy output that North Central
Yes.
comes away with, and you expect the other team has to match. But I guess you're right, yeah.
I'm waiting for Whipple to pull up. There's a three. I'm waiting for Whipple to pull up. They're giving her space. They can't stay with her.
48-48 after the three from Zorani. Titans have scored on almost every possession here in the second quarter, or so it has seemed. There's a miss under the basket for the newly checked in Maddie Merritt. And a turnover. Zorani in pursuit from behind, knocks it away, and that was last touched by Zorani, according to the baseline official. She wanted it called against McGraw.
That's a tough call there for the ref to give it back.
That's bang bang.
You gotta know for sure. Look at, they're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 13 deep now, huh?
Shelby Gray checks in for the first time tonight.
I guess 14 with Wholeness.
She's at the end of the bench right now with her knee wrapped up in ice.
Hope for the best.
Nina Anderson, a three. Front of the rim, Zorani able to tip that. Dimitrova with the rebound. Now Whipple into the lane, kicks it out. Grizafi, a three. Yes!
He is. The all-time leading three-point shooter here in North Central history for the women.
My favorite stat, possibly of all time, is that she took 250-something threes last year. She took 250-something plus one field goals.
I had that conversation with her. She doesn't remember the two.
How is that possible?
I think it might have been a foot on the line. But at North Park this past weekend, they gave her a 2-point attempt. So this year, she's not going to be perfect with all 3-point attempts.
That's a shame.
And it was a foot on the line. I remember it.
53-51.
That's a 3-point specialist for you.
Yeah. Out of bounds off the Cardinals with 1 minute and 1 second remaining here in the first half and a 2-point lead for NCC. Yeah, Grizafi just kind of hovers on that far 3-point line.
Yes. It's something I've heard Greg Popovich praise in his years as Spurs coach is closed quarters, and that's what you want to do here. You want to go into the half with a lead.
Three will rim all the way around and out. Last touched by Illinois Wesleyan. So the Cardinals will have it with 47.7 seconds left.
You'd say go for a 2-for-1, but you know it's going to happen.
How about a 5-for-1?
5-for-4.
Reedy into the lane. The lefty hook shot.
Wow, it's impressive. That's a tough shot.
That's a foul on the Cardinals. That's their third team foul. They still have another one to give before they get to free throws.
O'Neal.
That's on Sierra O'Neal. That's not a bad foul, not necessarily.
It's her first too, so not a big problem there. And look at that.
Oof. O'Neal tipped it up but didn't know where it went from there. Merritt almost traveled there. Puts it in between a couple of defenders and taken away by Brennan. Near side corner, O'Neal palms the basketball, and so it seemed, and scoops it up and in.
She is
6-point lead.
Very athletic finisher around the rim. It's all confidence for her. When she's feeling good, she's tough to stop.
Calicut the steal, 4 seconds remaining. She's alone in the front court. Leaves it short off the glass and no good. Cardinals will leave 2 points on the floor, but go into the half up by 6 against Illinois Wesleyan, 57-51 as we hit the break. Good first half of action, I'd say.
That's how you close a quarter, too. They didn't let up there. Instead of a 2-point lead or trailing, they got a 6-point lead now going to the half, and they got to be very happy.
15-minute break. We'll take a break with them. We'll be back for the second half of action on NCTV 17.
Ladies and gentlemen, starting tonight's halftime entertainment, the North Central
Welcome back for the second half of action on NCTV 17. Kevin Jackman, Eric Gruber. Production of Cardinal basketball, the first of 2 games tonight. And the women are up on top of the Illinois Wesleyan Titans, 57-51. Zerani into the lane and fouled on her way to the basket.
Are you used
Foul
to
will
it yet?
come. Is it on the floor? I believe it is. Used to what? Zerani? No. I almost actually fell into that pronunciation. It's hard to break it after 4 years.
I know.
Jamie Cooney with the dribble drive and an intercepted pass. Pushed ahead by the Titans into the front court, and that's ricochet, no good. Razafi fighting for the board, and Cooney comes away with it. Nice job stealing that for Sydney Shanks.
21 turnovers in the first half for Illinois Wesleyan.
Whipple able to corral the basketball on the baseline. That is a lot of turnovers. And a foul called on Shanks going up against Zerani.
North Central had a nightmare game at Illinois Wesleyan last year. They had, I can't say it specifically, but it was 40 plus turnovers. I'm going to go with about 42-ish. That's my guess, but I'm going to guarantee you it was a minimum 40. That was their nightmare game last year.
There are occasionally games where nothing seems to be working.
No.
Reisman, who played sparingly in that first half, able to get the assist right there. 57-53. Second half of action. Heimerdinger.
A lot of contact there.
Into the lane, off the glass, banks it home.
Good to see Heimerdinger get one to go, as she's been part of that Whipple and Zerani group that have not been happening with their finishing, and there's one to go.
There's a jumper. McGraw with the basket, and she's up into double digits. Heimerdinger behind the back goes to Anita Sterling, a deep 3. And if she had taken a step forward, maybe would have been able to knock that down. Under the basket, good for Shanks. Cuts the lead to 2.
There's an offensive foul as Heimerdinger used that arm bar, clear away, and just like that, Illinois Wesleyan can tie or take the lead.
3 new players out onto the floor, make that 5 new players out onto the floor for the Cardinals. Second unit, as you could say. Reisman gets the inbound pass, baseline cut, faked pass, and the rebound comes out through the other side off the miss from Shanks. Oh my.
Interesting no call.
A lot of contact.
Here she goes. Oh, I thought she could go left.
There's Whipple with a 3, no. Cooney with the board. And now Cooney's playing with this unit, which is odd. Down low, Calicut, cross-court pass, here's a 3. Knocked down! Dolly with the 3.
42. I was on.
There's a jumper. You nailed that on the head.
42 turnovers in their meeting at Illinois Wesleyan last year.
62-59, a foul on the way to the basket for Mason Whipple. 7:25 to play third quarter.
I just remember watching the live stream and going, yikes. It was just, it seemed like every pass they threw was getting turned over. And you got to respond from those, and 9 turnovers in the first half in this one. That's a good half for them with the style that they play.
4 will check out. Mason Whipple will remain. Yeah, usually you like to be causing those 42 turnovers, not committing them.
Well, they're on pace to cause that today.
Yeah, tonight, 21 in the first half for the Titans, only 9 for North Central, but they've turned it over already a few times here in the second half.
Number 10, Lindsey Brennan.
Lindsey Brennan will tag team Mason Whipple to the bench.
Team Trovo, remember those 3 fouls in that first half, so she's got to be careful here in this third quarter.
That's her on the baseline right there. Reisman with the pass ahead to McGraw. Baseline, Schneider cuts and rolls it in.
Very nice shot fake drive there.
Schneider a good half. 11 points, second on the team behind McGraw. Make that now 13. A 3 from Zerani is good.
Zerani feeling it today on that offensive end. She's usually one of the best defensive players on this team, and she's just doing it all offensively right now.
And a foul on Sterling. Going to the basket and putting that shot up was Laren Sepetti.
Randy 5 for 5 from the field, 12 points in this one.
Laren Sepetti to the line, shooting 2.
Also 4 steals. That's a game high. That's usually a good end of game total.
Yes, but Zerani is that defensive workhorse for this North Central team on the perimeter. That is Sterling's the charge taker, Cooney the block shot, and Zerani gets those steals.
And no free throw, a lane violation on the Titans. That was Molly McGraw
And
who
that'll
stepped in.
drive a coach insane. You take away a free point.
Literally, you have already converted that free point, and it's taken off the board. And a shot by Brennan to break the one-man press, and a travel on Brennan as she was trying to anticipate Sterling coming open when she wasn't.
It was a close one. It looked like she might have got that away, but one of those iffy calls.
That's the kind of call that I prefer them make on a consistent basis than just let go.
I agree.
It's a rule in the rule book for a reason. You're not supposed to do it. 3 from McGraw, banked off the backboard.
You can tell McGraw just didn't get her feet set there, kind
Yeah.
of chucked that one up there, just looking for a prayer.
Off balance and trying to find some power. Sterling will take the 3, gets
And one.
knocked down in the process, almost converted, and she'll go to the line for 3 free throws.
This is a big moment here for the Cardinals. You get 2 or 3 of these free throws to go down here, and you get a stop and score. You get the double digits. That's when teams against North Central panic, because that's a lot when you score a lot.
And how about that exchange right there? Sterling able to rattle home the first. McGraw misses on an off-balance 3 on one end and then commits the 3-shot foul on the other.
Let's not forget she's the one that stepped in the lane for the lane violation. She is one of, if not the best player on this team as well. Just a couple of mental mistakes there.
Arguably, you can make the case for top 5 player in the conference as well.
This conference has some very good guards too, with Whipple, McGraw, McDaniels being an All-American for Wheaton, and Liz Redberger on North Park's been having an unbelievable season.
She put up 40
Yes.
against the Cardinals last year.
I was watching her play against at North Park, excuse me, in that North Park tournament against Rose Holman. She was looking very good again.
And awfully close to that 5-second mark. Left behind, taken away. Michaela Reedy to the rack, and it's no good. Calic cut right there for the offensive board, rips it away. Cardinals reset offensively, and a travel called on Sierra O'Neal as she almost got bear hugged in the lane, but she had nowhere to go.
Sterling yelling at O'Neal, jump stop, and she's been doing that a little bit too much this game, is going to the lane and not really knowing what to do with it.
Just seems like her head goes down, her eyes go to the floor. And at that point, you're not going anywhere.
And you've seen it. She's one of the most athletic finishers this team has. She just got to make the right decision there.
To the rim. Good. That'll stop the streak. That's Sepetti with the basket. Back to a 5-point game. Near side, Reedy dribbles into the lane. And here's a 3 for Walls. In and out, and no. O'Neal, backward shovel pass. And Reedy will kick it out. Walls.
Oh, got away with the travel.
And that's a foul on the Titans.
I noticed there Coach Smith for Illinois Wesleyan provide full court pressure there on the inbound to Whipple. I kind of like what she's doing there, trying to slow down Whipple, not either allow her to just sprint up the floor. Well, she's still sprinting, but she has some pressure now. And interesting here, Cardinals ready in the bonus.
5:34 to play, third quarter, and yeah, already 5 personal fouls on the Titans.
And then the way they play, they can get a lot of fouls that aren't shooting fouls, a lot of those loose ball, a lot of those hand checks, because they're always moving.
In and out, no good. Pulled down by Sepetti. Schneider will take the jump shot from 12. Heimerdinger the rebound. Here she comes, weaving back and forth. Ryan down low, the pass a little too far out in front of Selena Juarez. Juarez saved it from going out of bounds, but now the Titans are coming the other way with a man advantage and an offensive foul committed by Sepetti.
Great defensive play there by Jessica Dolly. She's come back from an ankle injury. She missed the first 2 games. Interesting for her in practice. When she injured her ankle, she passed out at practice. Scary
Typically,
moment.
that's not what you would like to see.
No.
Heimerdinger able to somehow corral that basketball that was way out in front of her.
It was a very good play by Heimerdinger, just not have a turnover.
Orion is a little too far off to the right, and that's the last touch by Juarez. And a new 5 out onto the floor. Whipple, Sterling highlight this group with Grizafi as well, and Zarani, who's been tremendous tonight. Dimitrova will round it out.
You see Dimitrova throughout this year as she takes some strides. She's going to be a very good player for this North Central team in the future as well.
Kind of in the mold of a Tess Gotthard? Is that what they're hoping?
Very, very good post. I don't know if they might want to make her a 5 eventually, because what I've heard and seen is she does have a very good jump shot. So we'll see in the future.
Zarani with the good fake ahead to Whipple, and Whipple, let's see what she can do. Kicks it out. Grizafi the 3. No good. Big bounce off the rim. Pulled down by Merritt and pushed ahead. Here comes Schneider. Schneider blocked. Oh my.
The 3-point specialist in there.
Grizafi. Oh, did not expect that. Went one-on-one, and Grizafi able to get a full palm on the basketball.
My favorite part about Marina Grizafi is if she hit a game winner, I don't know if she would crack a smile. She's got the straightest, no emotion face during a basketball game, and she is very composed at all times.
McGraw, the jumper, no good, and a foul on McGraw. Her foul total is now climbing. That's now 3 on the junior guard, and the Cardinals once again head down the floor to take a couple of free throws.
And this is where this is big for North Central. You got to convert the line when you're going to get these opportunities. You still got 4 minutes and 19 seconds left in this quarter. You're going to get a few more of these.
Knocks down the first.
Line change for the Cardinals.
Calicut sitting Indian style, waiting to check in for Dimitrova. She looks pretty relaxed.
Man, my knees would just kill if I did that for an extended period of time.
And she moved out of it.
Well, she won't be able to check in after the miss. 7-point lead for NCC. Into the lane, and a nice hovering jumper, Shelby Gray. Take that back, that was Sydney Shanks. 3, Zaranti. Oh my goodness, oh, that was Sierra O'Neal. Fight for it on the floor, and a jump ball will go Titan way.
Now, I'm going to back you up on this one. I did hear, I think it was earlier in the year, a recruit came in and thought O'Neal and Zarani were sisters.
I could see it, and not only that, but their shots are very similar with the way they launch the basketball.
So that is definitely a mistake that is very easily made.
Hey, you know what? They go 20 deep, and somebody standing on the far corner, you know what? You're going to make that mistake every once in a while.
Not even Kevin Jackman. Oh, we got a little wet spot.
Hold on. I think there's an argument as to where the possession arrow should be going.
Calicut cleans up down there.
And it will be Titan basketball. Here comes Shanks. Into the lane, and McGraw to the basket, and she's fouled by Reedy. Oh no, it's Jamie Cooney committing the foul. That's her first. Not a bad foul. McGraw had a fairly clear path to the basket. So now you make her earn it from the line.
This game's been hovering right between about 5 and 8 points here, it seems like, in this third quarter.
And one thing going in favor of the Titans right now is the pace of play has slowed to a crawl.
Oh, we got a lane violation. I think Cooney stepped out of the line looking to throw it to Brennan, and she fell down.
So a turnover, and now the Titans can capitalize here. McGraw double team.
The dead ball turnovers are much better than the live ball turnovers.
And a travel called on Shanks.
I think that's got to be one of the things that I've noticed most in the last few years watching basketball is just dead ball turnovers are never. They score off them, but they're never going to be just easy layups like a live ball turnover is going to be. And a silly foul there committed by.
That's a Reisman. That is her first, but it puts the Cardinals on the line again. There's two ways to view this game. One way is you can take a look at all the turnovers and say this is a sloppy game. The other way is you take into account just how hectic it must be on the floor at all times. And of course the Cardinals at a certain point get used to that as the season goes on, but it still doesn't take away the speed of the game.
They don't mind all the turnovers back and forth. They obviously don't want to turn the ball over themselves, but if they're turning the ball over and the other team's turning the ball over, they're both running, and that's what they want.
Pushed ahead. Now coming into the lane is Shanks. She has played a large role here in the second half.
Down to a 5-point game, as close as it's been in a little while.
Reedy's three is blocked. You don't see that very often.
It's a big possession here for Wesleyan. They get into a one-possession game.
Foul and a Reisman to the line. So Shanks with 3 buckets here in the second half. Now 4 of 7 from the floor after starting 1 of 2. So she's definitely been an influence here in the third.
You can tell already it's going to be a tense fourth quarter.
3:05 to play. And it's a 4-point game.
And to put this into perspective, it's 74-7 here with 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. The final score of the men's game last week was 57-40. That's the style of play you get here.
It's fast. Last year, these two teams splitting the regular season matchups, both teams winning on their home court.
Wesleyan, I believe, won in the CCIW tournament matchup.
They ended up winning 96-84, but that was on Wheaton's floor.
Yes, neutral site.
In the tournament play, so on a neutral court, Titans came away with a 12-point win. Now, it should be mentioned the fact that Illinois Wesleyan came in here to Gregory Arena on senior night, and the Cardinals with a big emotional win, and that actually helped them propel into the conference tournament. So they needed that game not just because they wanted to win, but for a whole bevy of reasons.
It's a big rivalry, too, between these two teams.
Now a 1-point game.
It's one of those droughts the Cardinals need to get out of. They need a basket here. That's a tough play there for Sterling.
Cardinals seem to be a bit more tense over the last few minutes, trying too hard to create shots instead of letting it come to them. The system's going to produce shots as it is. There's no reason to force it.
It seems like Wesleyan's doing a better job of guarding the perimeter right now, and you just need to maybe look to drive the ball, getting inside a little bit more.
Underneath the basket, Shanks gives them the lead, 75-74.
See that full court pressure. They don't want that point guard just going by themselves.
Grizafi, and she will turn the ball over as well as she tried to anticipate a pass. So the Cardinals have tightened up.
This is where you just want this quarter to end. Just get to the fourth quarter. And this is big. Last 2 minutes here, you got to close the quarter well.
And a timeout taken, a full timeout by Illinois Wesleyan. Will step aside as well. 2:01 to play, third quarter. Titans have taken a 1-point lead. Cardinals and Titans, third quarter of action, under 2 to play.
Like she had a wide open lane there.
3 from the wing, knocked down. That's Nina Anderson, her second 3 of the night.
I don't think the Cardinals like this one point guard full court pressure they're providing. It's just screwing up their rhythm as they get the ball and push it. You saw a turnover as Cooney and I think it was Brennan had a miscommunication earlier in this quarter. They're not pressing, it's just token pressure with one player.
Whipple now the point guard. She gets the inbound pass. Good crossover, but nowhere to go after that.
A lot of dribbling right now.
On the baseline, almost trapped. Still trying to bob in and out. Juarez open under the basket, high off the glass and good.
Good find inside there from Whipple. A lot of dribbling, but it made it worth it.
Yeah, if you're going to dribble that much, you better. Shanks under the basket, blocked by Cooney. Tipped on the way up. To the corner and Reedy. Outside Cooney. Steps into a 3.
Ooh, for the lead there.
Front of the rim, rebounded by Whipple. Under a minute to play, third quarter.
Not at close quarters.
Whipple floater. Friendly roll, yes!
That's the sophomore Mason Whipple, getting him to finish underneath, and that's what she needs.
Sent out, McGraw a 3, leaned into it a bit. Bricked it off the back of the iron. May have a second chance coming. The Cardinals recover pretty well.
Ross, they're going to try to go for a late shot, but the Cardinals aren't going to let them probably.
Cross-court pass nearly taken away by O'Neal, and now that elastic defense has to stretch back. Can't do so in time, and it's a conversion under the basket by McGraw.
Mason Whipple has a motor. Look at her go. Right when you think that group's tired, she just turns on the jets.
That's Nina Anderson's foul. For a moment, I thought that was a foul on McGraw, which would have been her 4th. 10 seconds left. Cardinals trail by 2.
If you're Coach Roof in that huddle, and if she's aware that McGraw has 3, I'd say whoever's guarding, you go at her. She's not going to want to foul you. You don't want to get the 4, because you get the 4, you got to play careful the whole game. You can't touch anyone.
You can't play careful for 10 minutes either.
No, especially against this. This isn't your set basketball.
Can we take a second to just mention the fact that this game moves back and forth so quickly when the Cardinals are on the floor, and that's a lane violation on NCC. Doesn't matter much, Juarez missed the free throw anyways, but can we just recognize the fact that the officials have to make those trips back and forth as well?
Do you think that they dread getting North Central women's basketball games?
I can't believe they don't. I would. You better be in shape.
Try to beat the spot there, and that's a silly foul there by the freshman, because that's 7 seconds on the clock. You're fouling her 80 feet from the basket. Now it's going to send her to the line.
That's Jessica Dolly on the foul.
You can see she was trying to beat her to the spot, maybe get a charge there, and just got there a half a second late. You hear Coach Smith, no fouls. Reisman
cannot get the first. It's a 1-point game, 7.2 seconds left in the third quarter.
A rare 1-for-1 substitution as Whipple checks in. You know she's going to be in for the 7 seconds to push the ball as fast as she can.
Here she comes. 3 seconds left, creates some space, a 3, no! Thought that was going to drop and give them the lead, but they go into the fourth quarter trailing by 2 instead. They were up by 6 at the half. They are now down by 2, but we haven't seen, at least in the second half, that extended run where they knocked down a couple of threes in a row.
That's a very good quarter there by Illinois Wesleyan to respond from that first half. And you're right, there hasn't been any of those 2-3 threes in a row within a 20-second, 30-second span where they're getting steals. And that's what they need here in this fourth quarter. Get some momentum going, make Illinois Wesleyan call timeout, and get them a little flustered. We'll see Coach Roof if she shortens up the rotations here in this fourth quarter, as she's done that in the past in those closer games.
So the Cardinals will have some work to do in the fourth quarter. Entering 3-1 into tonight. The Titans 3-3. First conference game of the season. And this, it's early, but this very well could set the tone for how the rest of the season shapes up. If you can beat the projected second best team in the conference right out of the gates, that's got to give you momentum, and it's also got to put a nice big target on your back as well.
And this is obviously not a must-win, but you could say it's close because you go to Wheaton next game. You don't want to start 0-2 in the CCIW, and let's be honest, Wheaton, ranked 19th in the country, that's a very, very tough one to get. So this is a big game for this North Central team because if you lose this one, you could be afraid of starting 0-2 in the CCIW.
New 10 minutes up on the clock. Sterling inbounds to Whipple. Whipple underneath, intended for Dimitrova. A little too hot to handle. Whipple.
They're giving her that space. I'm surprised she's not taking that three yet.
Off the glass, no good. And a fight for the ball. A foul call.
Really interesting. That looked like a jump ball.
So the Titans will have it on the baseline. First team foul of the fourth quarter.
Every foul seems big in women's basketball now with these 5 fouls going into double bonus. It can happen so fast. 7 with 1-on-1, a little different, but shoot double bonus the whole way.
Yeah, that's big. That's probably the biggest component is the ability to shoot 2 free throws every time. As Sterling fouled on the way up. Nice steal by Dimitrova. Take it away. Now the Cardinals with a chance to tie.
It almost looked like a good defensive player underneath. They give a strip, but maybe it was the body was the call there.
Kind of had to reach around.
Yeah, she got all ball, but the body there maybe reaching over the back.
So now Sterling with a chance to make it. Oh. All tied up this time down.
Fourth quarter, tired legs free throw there.
And she'll check out in a moment. Jamie Cooney will be the lone woman waiting at the scores table. There it is.
Good adjustments there. That's something you laugh about later on. It's not funny now.
If you win.
Yes.
And if you lose by 1,
it's not funny.
Reisman breaks the press. Pushed ahead and blocked.
Blocked by Cooney. Third block of the game, I believe.
Whipple flies up the floor. Zerani. Oh!
I don't know about that one.
Travel called and a turnover.
Do you think that was?
To the untrained eye? No.
It looked like a pretty clean jump stop and pretty quick dribble there, but.
Coach Michelle Roof looks a little perplexed as well. Schneider.
So if you're going to call it down there, that might be one here. That's what Coach Roof's saying right now.
In and out, no good, and a foul over the back.
But does the ball ever lie? Right there, it showed it.
In and out, it would have gone. Otherwise, it would have gone. Second team foul on the Titans here in the fourth quarter, 9:14 to play. So already 3 team fouls combined between these two teams, and we've played 46 seconds.
This could be a long quarter.
Keep in mind, the men's game will follow 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one, which could be whenever. And now Whipple a 3.
I've been waiting for it. They're giving her that shot like she can't shoot. And she's just sitting there, and now she finally pulls the trigger because she can make that shot.
Jump ball on the baseline. Titans will have the ball, but now the possession arrow will flip. And that'll give the, hold on.
I think, Wesleyan will have it. Wesleyan Whipple now 15 points in the game. Molly McGraw leads all scorers with 20. Triple team.
Trouble getting it past half court, and they finally do. Schneider, cross-court pass. That's Kelly, drives. Ball on the ground. Calicut dove for it. Comes up empty. Shanks to the far side of Reisman under the basket. Schneider bumped as she went up, and a foul on Miranda Grizafi.
Cardinals starting this quarter off well, but you got to be worried about these fouls. Both teams do the 2 fouls each year. We haven't even played a minute and a half.
Deadens the ball on the back of the rim.
As we would say in golf, the members bounce.
Or you get out a leaf blower and blow it back towards the hole. Comes the second from Reisman. That's good. It's a tie game at 83 apiece.
They're causing some issues with that low one point guard pressure they're putting on against Heimerdinger, Brennan, and Whipple.
O'Neal into the lane, left-handed shot, and a travel called on O'Neal. That's the third time tonight that she has committed that traveling violation. Oh, almost a turnover. Heimerdinger stepped into the passing lane as McGraw takes a jumper and well off the mark. Shanks outside. Dribble drive, blocked by Sterling on the entry, passing McGraw out of the basket. Schneider able to find Shanks, cutting to the basket, kick out.
Cardinals rotating very well defensively right now, and no one to rebound.
Nobody home to rebound twice now. Third time's a charm for Wesleyan. Reisman to the line for two. Yeah, great defense, but you got to finish it off with a defensive board.
She was standing there by herself underneath the basket for that one.
8 minutes exactly to play, fourth quarter.
3 fouls now in 2 minutes.
Wholesale line change for the Cardinals.
This has been a very tightly contested one throughout. Wouldn't expect anything less here throughout the fourth quarter.
2-point game.
Seems like both teams really have responded well to runs.
I'll go back to it though. We have yet to see the Cardinals go on an extended run.
Yes.
Usually they have one per game. It's not going to be tried and true. Here comes McGraw after the steal into the front court, lays it in. Simply stole that right away from Whipple.
This is where you need to respond. You need a 4-point game. You don't want to let it get any farther. A lot of contact there.
Calicut after the deflection puts it up and a foul. They'll put it on the floor. That's the Titans' third.
Titan foul number 4, Rebecca Ersman, second, 13 foul.
This quarter at this pace right now with the fouls, this might take 45 minutes.
Something I always thought was funny is they always have the men's game starting at 7. These games do never take an hour and a half.
Into the lane, good.
Finish there from Dolly. Back to a 2-point game.
Into the lane, nice cut, nice pass, and the conversion underneath. Schneider with the 2-point bucket. Whipple almost loses it. And a travel called on Whipple.
Surprised Whipple's not taking that jump shot again from the 3 as they're giving it to her right now. Her jump shots look good so far in this one.
Turnovers have really hurt the Cardinals, and in particular, the traveling violation. Almost a steal. Zerani will lose it off the baseline. Also lost her headband.
See, I saw the ref there put up 8 seconds on her hand, or 8 on her hand, and I believe that means 8 seconds to get across half court. I think if you call a timeout, it resets. I think that's got to be the rule.
No issue there.
She wouldn't put up 8 for no reason.
Jump pass, cross court. Juarez nearly anticipated that and jumped into the lane. McGraw, baseline, in and out, no good, pulled down.
Good rebound there by Gazafi.
Here comes Lindsey Brennan. Spins between a couple of Titans into the lane, left-handed floater is good. Back to a 2-point game.
What a jump stop and finish there, right under control for the freshman.
McGraw wants another jumper. Tried and true. Brennan again into the lane, big hop.
Oh, he got away with a carry there.
Oh!
Tough fall there for Zerani. And that's the 14th foul. Now they're in the bonus the rest of the way after that.
Titan foul number 21, Anderson, third.
You know what else the Titans have done defensively? So they've also put that one-man full court press on the point guard. They've also taken away that trailing 3 from the big man. We've only seen that maybe once or twice from Anita and once or twice from Jamie.
I think Cooney hit it one time. I really want to see Whipple take this 3-ball they're giving her. It might be a little different now that they're not in the full court. But they've been giving it to her all game. They're trying to get away from her drives.
Down low underneath. Dimitrova outside Sterling. Foot on the line, I believe. No good on the attempt and a foul on the floor.
Free throws for Dimitrova.
Dimitrova will hit the charity stripe.
Sterling not happy with herself there. She thought she should have made that one.
Titan foul number 22, Elena Lahaki, her second. Team
That's
fifth.
Lahaki. And that will be free throws. Everybody was assembling for the inbound pass.
I knew it. They should know it.
4-point game, 6:05 to play.
Free throws are going to be huge from here on out.
Still a lot of time.
Returning for the Titans, number 24, Sydney Shanks, number 32, Alexa Honey.
Dimitrova 4 points, 4 rebounds for the freshman. Make it 5.
Raceman races up the floor. Lucky bounce there for the Titans.
You know, Molly McGraw's looking to score every single time she touches the ball right now, and you got to force her left. She's looking to go right every single time.
She's done it in a bunch of different ways. Under the basket, jump shots, cutting to the rim. Reedy off the mark, skips off the rim. Sterling trying to save it, tracks it down to the corner. Drives, off the glass, no good. Dimitrova, and that's the last touch by the Titans. The good hustle there from Anita Sterling.
And Coach Roof is shortening up these rotations here. As you see Cooney and Sterling kind of rotating in and out every 2 instead of 3.
Titans, number 23, Mandy Moore.
Same with Whipple and Heimerdinger. And they'll do a little ring around the rosy play.
Why not? It's a lot of fun. That didn't work though. That works. Heimerdinger will pull the 3. Ew, no. That one went full circle.
Cardinals really needs to get some transition points because they're struggling in the half court right now.
Shank on the drive, loses the basketball. Ooh, off of Cooney. 15 on the shot clock.
Right now you think tired legs maybe for North Central as they're struggling with their jump shots. But Wesleyan's doing a good job of defending the perimeter right now as well. Big second half adjustment for them.
McGraw, the jumper. Flanks off the rim. Loose ball taken in by Heimerdinger. Here she comes. The lefty cues up. Dolly for 3, no good. McGraw, fadeaway jumper, and a foul on Dolly.
She's going to take 30 shots.
She's pretty close.
She's going to be getting close.
24.
That doesn't count, so we're sitting at
25.
24. Well, I guess because she got fouled, so
That's
it's
true.
not going to count.
That's
But
true.
she's at how many points for this one so far?
26.
She'll be putting up 30 at this rate.
Yeah, you're right. She's got that look where every time she gets the basketball, it's an opportunity to score.
This is gut check time for the Cardinals here. You possibly down 6 after this free throw. Got to keep it at a 2-possession game. You need a score here.
Under 5 to play.
I'd love to see Whipple pull up here for a 3 as they keep giving it to her. A lot of space.
Kicks it out. Grisafi will take it instead. Knocks it through.
Stop here. Stop at a score. Got away with a travel.
There's a throwaway. Cardinals will get it back.
Got away with a travel. Guess what? Ball don't lie. Never does.
So now trailing by 3. The Cardinals can tie it up with a 3-pointer. It's been a back and forth affair all night.
McGraw on the bench right now. It looks like Coach Smith's trying to keep her out for as many defensive possessions as possible with those. She has 3, I think, correct? She hasn't had picked one up here in this
Still
quarter. Here comes Whipple.
Cardinals haven't led in 4 minutes. Taken away. Here come the Titans. Foul into the basket. Offensive foul, and you said it earlier, Anita Sterling.
That is a huge call. That's an and one. Now instead go to North Central. Another chance to tie it up. It's a big, big call by a referee. I'm not saying it's a bad one, just a big one.
Just outside the circle.
There it is.
Here's a quick three from Whipple and off the mark, but Zerani right there underneath. And a foul, and it's going to be coming down the other way, and free throws on tap for Illinois Wesleyan.
Whipple finally took that shot. Obviously didn't connect, but she sees it.
And now they're thinking about it.
Yep. That's the thing, if you make one or two of those and they have to come out and guard you, that's when she blows by them. Now they're in the bonus the rest of the way. Illinois Wesleyan is.
And Schneider at the line, trying to make it a two-possession game. Technically still one possession, but that would require a 4-point play.
And that doesn't happen too often. You know what that substitution does too? That does not let them get the ball in the basket and go. That lets their defense set up, and it's wait for them.
Heimerdinger outside Cooney. Zerani into the lane, scoops and fouled. And that
Contact.
is McGraw's 4th personal foul.
Titan foul number 11, Molly McGraw.
Hey, you know what? That is a senior play by Paula Zerani. Take it right at McGraw with those 3 fouls.
Shooting 2.
Because you know she's playing well. You don't want her in the game either.
Can't hit the first. Able to connect on 1 of 2, and it's a 3-point game. Into Reisman and a foul on Reedy. She fell into her. Fell off balance.
If you're Coach Roof, you'd like to see this. Your team battling here in their first conference game of the year at home, and against a very, very good Illinois Wesleyan team whose their record doesn't show how good they are. And I think that Coach Roof right now is probably very happy with their team.
No good on the first to Reisman at the line. Cooney with the rebound. So a pair of misses
big
for the Titans. Heimerdinger circles around, looking for somebody. Reedy, the only man open. Zerani spins into the lane, kicks it out. Cooney at 3 to tie.
Just
Short. Right on line, too.
Good angle for us.
McGraw kicks it out. Schneider a jumper. Crux of the rim into the hands of Cooney. Cooney out ahead to Heimerdinger, who almost gets it taken away by McGraw. Almost another personal foul. Reedy a 3 to tie, no. Ball loose on the floor.
Jump ball belongs
And a
to
jump
Rebels.
ball that belongs to the Cardinals, since they forced the jump ball earlier.
The wholesale line change for North Central. Returning for the Titans, number 22, Nina Lahaki, and number 12, Amanda Kelly.
It's another line change for NCC.
They need that one to go down right now. They need that 1-3 to get their confidence back because they've missed a bunch of threes in a row here.
Is the 3rd time the charm? That's the question. Whipple
Whipple's
outside.
with the space again.
Scoops off the glass and good.
That's a huge basket for the junior.
She's another one of those players where it almost feels like she's been a part of this team for a long, long time.
Yes, because when you contribute immediately, that's how it feels. I feel like it's gonna be that way with Dimitrova. Getting a lot of playing time as a freshman.
That's a kick ball by the freshman. And O'Neal will check out. Zerani will check in.
Now you're going to see some more 1-for-1 substitutions here, or 2-for-2, whatever you're going to do with Coach Roof here towards the end of the game.
Still quite a bit of time left. 2:45. Both teams into bonus, which also happens to be double bonus now. And hold on, another substitution will come in. That's Nina Anderson, who's taken 5 3-point attempts tonight.
Now McGraw with those 4 fouls, something to pay attention to also here in the last 2:45 of this one.
13 seconds on the shot clock. Pass tipped and taken away by Dimitrova. She has Brazafi on the near side, tries to square up, but couldn't quite settle her momentum down. Whipple straight away off the glass. Friendly roll. Cardinals with the lead.
There's the Mason Whipple we know. She has been huge here in this fourth quarter.
Long pass, McGraw jumper, no good. Tipped around, Sterling with it.
And you know what? Mason Whipple hustled back there for that box out and tipped it to Sterling, and that's a great play that won't be in the stat sheet.
Will Whipple take this three?
Yes,
she will. And she hits!
Bang, bang, bang! Take over, Whipple.
McGraw passes underneath. Schneider will cool the hot streak for the Cardinals, at least for the time being. Whipple with 7 consecutive points.
And this is where you need to relax. You need a good shot here if you're North Central.
Here's the drive, left hand, and she'll be fouled on her way to the basket.
Immediately look to see if it's on McGraw, right? I was looking to find where she was there. McGraw not in that play, and she knows she has to be careful.
Tremendous night for Whipple to this point. 9 of 16 shooting, 22 points, also 7 assists.
Returning for the Cardinals, number 24, Jamie Cooney.
Cooney checks in for Dimitrova, and this is the finishing lineup for this North Central team. The starters plus Sterling.
They have a little bit of everything on the floor.
They have Sterling moved to the 4 now.
Makes it a 3-point game is Whipple, who's been red hot here in the fourth. Schneider pump fakes and has a couple of Cardinals fly by. McGraw, a 3 to tie. Knotted up at 101.
Wow, that's a huge shot for Molly McGraw.
Under 90 seconds to play. Whipple on the outside, drives between the legs, tries again. Outside, she's got some isolation right now. Kicks it out. Cooney will take the 3. No, Sterling bats it out, and a foul called on Anita Sterling.
That's a late whistle there, as it happened after Miranda Grazafi had it in her hands. It's a huge foul call too, as it's going to put him at the line.
109 on the clock, 101. Identical scores between these two teams.
And you know where the scouting report comes in handy on this guarding or defending Mason Whipple there? They know that they don't want any North Central players to take they won't shoot mid-range jump shots. They're giving her a mid-range jump shot and saying do it, and she won't do it. And that's where scouting comes in. You don't want to let that layup up, and you know if she's either going to take a layup or a 3.
Maddie Merritt at the line hits the first.
McGraw comes out for the defensive possession.
Smart move. Merritt with a couple of free throws. A couple of big ones down the stretch. And Merritt, by far their best free throw shooter, now at 85% on the season, 15 of 18. Whipple, here she comes, has to pull a U-turn.
1 minute remaining in regulation time, 1 minute.
How about the pressure on the defender guarding Mason Whipple here? You got a lot of people looking at you.
Reisman was battling with Anita Sterling under the basket and gets called for the foul on the floor. But because both teams are long into double bonus, Sterling gets a chance to knot this game up.
And I'll tell you what, Brittany Reber defending Mason Whipple. I know Whipple's had a good game, but Reber's done a good job.
No good on the first.
It's a big one here.
Sterling, the senior from Lombard, one of the toughest, scrappiest players the Cardinals have. 57 seconds left. Hits the second, it's a 1-point game.
Cardinals change up their press and go to a 2-2-1 instead of a 1-2-1-1.
Almost pulled away, Molly McGraw back in. Jump pass to a Reisman, cut off by Zerani. Underneath Maris, outside of Reisman. They're gonna try and waste as much of this clock as possible while still trying to score. And hold on. A whistle, and is that a foul on the Cardinals?
Kick ball. And they're going to put 1 more second on the shot clock. Let's see, they got 15. It was at 14.
Reisman on the inbound. McGraw, far side, has a step under the basket. Good defense by Sterling. knocks it back towards play. Whipple recovers, knocked out of play by the Titans.
Sterling slow to get up. She looks okay over there. And Cardinals, 3-second differential between the shot clock and the game clock here. And a timeout.
Timeout, Illinois Wesleyan.
Well, Wesleyan takes the timeout because you know North Central wasn't going to. 30.7 seconds left here in the fourth quarter. 103-102. Cardinals trail by 1. There will be a 3-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock.
Now you know Whipple's going to have the ball in her hands. You know she's going to look to drive, and they're going to try to cut that off like they've been doing. If you're Mason Whipple, you either got to try to force the contact and get to the line, or you got to pull up and take that three, but you can't be dancing around right now because the Cardinals, you don't score here, you need to get a foul as quick as you can.
Are they going isolation again?
I would assume so. I'm not saying I would or I wouldn't. I would just assume that's what's going to be the start here.
Whipple has been so good here tonight.
It's an awkward place to inbound the ball as well. Let's see if they provide pressure. Whipple not even close to where she's supposed to be right now.
23 points for the junior guard. She will have it in her hands. Outside, Cooney almost lost it. Fighting to get position underneath the basket. Puts it off the glass and short. Titans pull down the board. Molly McGraw puts it ahead. Zorani pokes it away. Titan basketball.
Big call out of bounds there.
And the Titans will take a timeout. 12.5 seconds left.
Coach Roof's good.
Call timeout, Illinois Wesleyan.
I saw Coach Roof signaling it. I didn't know if she was calling it.
And the Titans will be charged with the full timeout. So Whipple gave it up pretty early there, and Cooney with the battle to get underneath and came up just a little bit short. What do you do here defensively?
You got to. I don't think you go for a steal right away. I think you got to foul as quick as you possibly can, and you see what happens. If they make one free throw, you go for that layup. They make two, obviously you can go for the quick two and call timeout. But I don't know if you're going to do that or not if you're Coach Roof. That's where decisions come into play. But I think you got to foul immediately, unless if you don't get that steal off the inbounds right away, and try to deny. This is where your scouting comes in. Try to deny whoever that best free throw shooter is. Double team her and make somebody else beat you.
What a game here in our first game of our doubleheader. The men will start in 30 minutes following the conclusion of this one. There's 12 seconds on the clock, but we may not be over in the next 5 minutes.
I don't know. We'll see. I think you double team McGraw. She's seen the ball go in the basket so many times tonight. You don't want somebody at the line that's seen it going that much.
Reisman to inbound. McGraw will emerge from underneath the basket. She gets the inbound and fouled immediately. She ran right into Zorani.
It's an interesting one there. And Cardinals here. Cardinals here got to hope. I mean, it's going to be one possession game no matter what, but you got to hope for a miss here.
McGraw on the season. Well, she was 4 for 4 tonight, now 4 for 5. She came into the game 11 for 15 at the free throw line.
And Coach Roof's going to take a timeout. North Central's got a box out here. This is huge because you get another long one like that, you need that rebound.
Does this kind of play into the head of McGraw as well? She has to think about that miss for an extra, yeah, a little bit.
I think this North Central team here is, they really need to decide here if no matter what, a two will either, if they make or miss, a two will tie, obviously, or take the lead. And you got to decide if you're going to go for that 2 or 3 right now. You go for the win. On the road, I say you go for the win. At home, I always go for the tie. You don't want the game to go any longer when you're on the road.
Cardinals have won 3 games this year. Piedmont, the opening game, Benedictine, and Manchester University. They've lost to Rose-Hulman. That was a blowout loss. This is really, aside from that Benedictine game, which was still decided by 8 points, this is the best test, the truest test to this point, and against probably their best opponent of the season.
Benedictine wasn't as close as it looked. On the stat sheet at the end, it looks closer than it really was. Towards the end of that game, it was pretty much decided. But yes, this North Central team, this is good for, I know they're maybe not freshmen in at the end here, but just playing in a close, tightly contested game like this in CCIW play. I'm surprised they're not sending one more player in for the rebound here. I know that's not what they do, but you need to secure it if she does miss. I thought what that might be discussed in the timeout, but Stick with it.
The burden will be put on Sterling and Cooney to box out, which they do. Doesn't matter, McGraw hits. 12 seconds left. Whipple with the basketball in her hands. Crossover, turns it out. 5 seconds left. Turns the corner. She's open. Rattles it home to tie. Clock will run out in regulation. We're heading to overtime.
You know what? That was a lot tougher shot than I think that really looked. She was going to her left, came back with the right hand, and that rimmed in. That wasn't nothing but net. That was a heck of a shot by Mason Whipple.
As a right-handed shooter, you're falling away from the basket, and that's got to be a high difficulty shot to make, and then you don't even account for the pressure when talking about that.
And she dribbled to her left with her left hand and almost lost control of that at the last second, but a great job of just keeping her body under control. And this North Central team at home now is going to go into overtime, and as a road team, you don't want to go into overtime. I know that because you've been on the road enough. You don't need an extra 5 minutes. For Sterling, and it'll be interesting to see how Coach Roof manages this OT. Will she go to her 5 in, 5 out? Will she go back to the end of the game lineup? Because 5 minutes is a long time.
So here we go.
I think Cooney has the advantage on the tip here.
A little bit, I would say so. He almost jinxed it.
Solani was very close to the half-court line.
Cooney drive outside, into the corner, Whipple at three. Short.
That was tipped.
Cooney, the offensive board. That did not hit the rim, so no new shot clock, which now sits at 11. Up and under move, no, and it's tipped out by Dimitrova. Titans recover. And keep in mind, McGraw playing with 4 personal fouls, so she commits one more, and that's the end of her night.
I was just going to say, McGraw's guarding Zorani. You might want to get the ball to Zorani, have Zorani go to the basket.
She goes down, and a timeout taken by the Titans.
Full timeout, Illinois Wesleyan. That is their final timeout.
That is the Titans' final timeout. The Cardinals still have 3 left.
Now, this is something I said earlier in the game. So let's say this game did end in regulation. It would have been about 6:50-ish. These men games are supposed to always start at 7, and they always could push back to about 7:20, 7:30, and
That one's out of bounds, and it's last touched by the Cardinals.
Cardinals providing very good pressure there on the inbounds. It's a tough spot to inbound sideline. You don't like that.
Jump pass into play. It's Shanks in the corner. Swung around near side Schneider. Cross-court pass, McGraw pulls a quick 3. Hits and knocked down. A potential 4-point play on deck.
McGraw has been clutch all night for this Illinois Wesleyan team. This Cardinal team, they need to find a way to get some easy baskets in. They've worked so hard in the last 5-6 minutes to get everything they've had. And Molly McGraw, what they need to do is go at Molly McGraw. If they want to win this game, they need to get Molly McGraw out.
Rebound won by the Titans under the basket with Sydney Shanks. And now Reisman drives off the glass, no good. A fight for it underneath, still loose on the ground. McGraw with his jumper, no. Pulled down again by the Titans as they pull out. Reisman
battling hard.
McGraw's pass is last touched by the Cardinals. Off the hands of Reedy.
Wholesale line change for the Cardinals.
Whew, what a possession this has been.
And you know, 3 points never seems like a lot when you're in first, second, third, even early fourth quarter, but when you get to these stages of the game, 3-4 points is a lot of points because the defense seems to clamp down and the offense has to work harder.
Reisman on the inbound. Cross-court pass. No pull for 3. Shanks will take it instead. And, offensive board, put up and in. Whipple.
Mason Whipple takes that 3 ball.
Outside, Grizafi, a clean look.
Just like that. 2-point game. They need to sprint back here as Cooney can't do this by herself.
Merritt with the basket. 4-point game. 3:10 to play. Whipple into the lane, floater, good.
Cardinals have to sprint back on defense right now. As I know they're tired, but they got to get back as Whipple there stops McGraw.
Jumper from Merritt, no good. Cooney the board. Jamie looks a little tired as well in her first action in 2 weeks.
Guarantee you that.
Grizafi,
Good
lob pass underneath, and Dimitrova just couldn't get her body in the right position to bring that in.
It was a good look for Grizafi.
McGraw with it.
Both teams suck and win here.
Yeah, they just need to try and give themselves some time to recoup. Maris underneath, and Cooney picks up the foul. She stayed on the floor and her arms were straight up in the air.
I don't think she agreed with that one, but it's going to be her third. The Cardinals, Grizafi seems like she's feeling good on that right wing right now. Need to look for her a little bit.
2:32, a 2-point lead. Maris, their best free throw shooter at 85%.
Into the game for the Cardinals, number 32, Carlos Durante, number 35, Anna Sterling. Checking in from Titans, number 13, Brittany Reed.
And the Cardinals going to go back to that end-of-game lineup they had in the end of regulation. It's Cooney, Whipple, Grizafi, Sterling, and Zorani.
Into the game for the Titans, number 22.
See Zorani, McGraw out of the game now. I was going to say McGraw was guarding Zorani, but she is checked out for this defensive possession.
Whipple will step back for 3. Front of the rim, no good. Sterling yanks down the rebound. Her shot blocked.
A lot of contact there with the body underneath, nothing called. Great hustle by Zorani to come up with that steal. She never gave up on that play.
4-point game. Zorani, a deep 3. Back of the iron, no good. And last touch by the Titans.
Cardinals desperate for a basket right here. Can't let this get more than 4 at this stage in the game. Especially with McGraw out right now, you've got to take advantage.
Sterling brings it down. Whipple with it.
This is where you don't want to just stand around and watch Mason Whipple, but I guess that worked there. As everyone's tired and Whipple just trying to keep that motor going.
I don't know. I like sitting around watching Mason Whipple. To me, that's just good, fun basketball. Minute 40, and it's now a 2-point game. A Reisman cross-court pass. Oh, almost lost. Into the corner.
That's a big one right there.
3, skips off the rim, still loose under the basket. No good again, pulled down by Miranda Grizafi, then turned over. Floater, no good. Cooney the board, and she gets fouled coming back down.
Go to the line. That's a really costly foul for Illinois Wesleyan because that's how long is the court? You know, I know the NBA is 94 feet. Is this one 94 feet?
I believe it is.
Okay,
I was going to say 96, but 94 sounds right.
Is that right? I'm going to say that's about 88 feet away from the basket. I don't think Cooney's going to hit that one right there. And this is where you really got to clamp down and use your legs on these free throws. You're late in stage in this game, especially Cooney missed the previous 2.
Hits the first.
I
noticed Coach Ruth had 3 subs coming in, pulled them back. I think that stoppage in play was the deciding factor in that because they were looking a little tired on the defensive end there. McGraw back in. Very clutch free throws there by the senior.
Couple of big ones, and now it's a 113 score.
Good hustle there to get back.
McGraw with it on the near side wing. Long pass.
As a coach, you got to hold your breath on those.
Down underneath. Layup is good.
1 minute remaining in overtime. 1 minute.
Basket made by Alina Lahaki. Whipple trying to find a crevice. Kicks it out. Cooney, Grisafi, corner three. In and out, no good. Almost pulled it down, and Sterling with the foul. With 44 seconds remaining, Titans will head to the free throw line.
Grisafi, that looked great. In and out, good looking shot there for senior. A good find there from Cooney, and that's all you can ask for. You want a good look.
Cardinals trail by a pair.
Tired
Short on the
legs.
first. Reisman misses, so the Cardinals will have a chance to tie on this next possession.
Barring, they got to get a rebound here. That was the problem earlier. Need a rebound.
This on a pair, but the rebound does go to the Titans. 40 seconds left.
You don't have to foul, but if you're you need to get a stop. If they score here, might be all but done.
10 on the shot clock. 25 on the game clock.
And that's not a good foul there with 6 on the shot clock from Reedy. As you're working hard, you want to make them score without sending them to the line.
Molly McGraw shooting 2.
McGraw back to the line.
Hits the first.
Missed rebound there on the previous one. Tough
Full
one for the
timeout, North
Cardinals.
Central.
30-second timeout. Interesting decision. May have been a factor of stamina, but Zorani was on the bench for that last defensive possession, which seemed to have hurt the Cardinals as one of their better defensive players.
Yeah, that's just I know Reedy trying to go be aggressive play there, go for the steal. It's just a very, very risky play there with 6 seconds on the shot clock, and you got to want to make them work for their basket.
They had done a good job. 24 seconds have been wasted on that shot clock.
You just got to hope for a miss here. If not, you need a quick basket and foul again.
20.8 seconds left. We've mentioned this a few times. The men's game to follow 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one.
See how the Cardinals respond here. Got to hope for a miss from McGraw. Need a strong box out. If not, got to get a basket within 8 to 10 seconds.
It's going to be a lot of very sore players tomorrow.
Molly McGraw shooting 1.
McGraw will attempt to put this just a little bit further out of reach for the Cardinals. A 3-point lead as it stands. The second free throw is good. 4-point game. Whipple turns in and out of the lane. Gets a screen from Cooney. Step back three.
Way off the mark
Short.
there.
And a foul committed by the Cardinals with 8.5 seconds left. And the Illinois Wesleyan fans will give their team a standing ovation as time now suddenly becomes their friend.
Illinois Wesleyan and North Central here, a great battle. I think both teams, you got to be pretty happy with how you played. I know North Central is not going to be happy with they didn't come out with a victory, but you got to take some positives from this game. And not being able to close out or play that third quarter, I think that's what hurt the Cardinals the most, is they lost that quarter by 8 points, I believe, and that's what they're going to look back on, I think, later on. But you did play very well in this one, and it's just those defensive stops, and Corral knows some of those rebounds were the big ones.
Now, offensive boards did end up hurting the Cardinals. That's usually an area of strength. But when you take a look at the team stats as a whole, rebound margin goes to Wesleyan, 37-28. Offensive rebounds are about the same, but it's those defensive rebounds that the Cardinals have gotten beaten on.
And you know what? Cardinals, both teams haven't been especially great from the free throw line, but 65%, 19 to 29. You look back at that as well.
Missed. Reisman gets the ball, and that'll do it.
And that's the shooter getting the rebound off that. That's not gonna make you happy.
So the final 118-113, the Cardinals beaten in overtime by the Illinois Wesleyan Titans. Fun game.
Yeah, good hard-fought battle. Cardinals did well under pressure, especially in the end of regulation. Just not able to come out with a victory, but respond. We'll see how they respond at Wheaton on Wednesday, as they got a tough one there. And they got a couple more. They play also Wisconsin Stevens Point, who's ranked in the top 25. So they got a couple tough games coming up for this North Central team.
Number 19 and number 21 are on deck. You know what else is on deck?
The men.
Men's basketball game. 30 minutes from now. Let's start it. We'll be back at 7:40 on NCTV 17 with the men's basketball game. The Titans and the Cardinals collide here on NCTV 17. Until then, we'll take a break on Naperville Community Television.
The men's game between the Illinois Wesleyan Gregory Arena on the campus of North Central College. Tonight's CCIW men's basketball games between the Illinois Wesleyan University Titans and your North Central College Cardinals. And now it's time to meet tonight's starting lineups. First, visiting Titans from Illinois Wesleyan University. Starting in the point line is 6'4" senior number 4, Andy Stepper. A 1'4" is 6'6" junior number 5, Jamie Beasley. A 6'4" sophomore guard number 11, Colin Bennett. The other guard is 6'2" junior number 13, Brady Rose. And a forward, a 6'8" senior number 41, Trevor Seaver. The Titans are coached by Ron Rose, assistant coordinator quarterback, Peyton Greenland, and Andy Etheridge. And now, let's start in line for your North Central College Cardinals. Our guard, a 6'3" sophomore from the Braves, number 4, Jaquan Phipps. A 6'3" sophomore guard from Freeport, number 11, Aiden Shannon. A forward, a 6'6" sophomore from Plainfield, number 32, Connor Reardon. A 6'2" junior guard from Chicago, number 34, Erwin Henry. And from Dunlop, a 6'8" sophomore forward, number 44, Alex Sorensen. The Cardinals are coached by Todd Reardon, assisted by Steve Schreier, Aaron Tickness, and Vince Connect. The faculty mentors are John McDonough and Dr. John Mueller.
Welcome back to NCTV 17, the nightcap of our doubleheader here tonight. Illinois Wesleyan traveling up from Bloomington, Illinois to Naperville, Illinois for a pair of conference games inside Gregory Arena. 20 minutes up on the clock. The Titans come in ranked 16th in the country. North Central ranked 6th. So a matchup of top 20 teams in the house tonight. Kevin Jackman, Eric Gruber in the booth here with you tonight. Should be a lot of fun this game. The Cardinals are coming off just a really tough loss to UW-Platteville. Their offense could not get going. Illinois Wesleyan, meanwhile, is scoring at a clip that is almost unseen in D3. 86 a game. They're beating opponents by an average of 21 points a game. This should be a lot of fun, Eric.
This will be a good one here, and we'll shake up in the starting lineup as you see Jaquan Phipps in there. Something I do know is him and Colin Bonnet of Illinois Wesleyan are good friends. We'll see if that's the matchup, and it's not. I was looking right away. It looks like Erwin Henry will be guarding him, but that's a shake-up in the starting lineup after that loss.
Let's get to those starting lineups in just a second as Illinois Wesleyan comes out with the basketball. Under the basket, blocked. Combo block between Sorensen and Reardon, and Sorensen fights for the jump ball, and it'll be Cardinal basketball.
Sorensen and Reardon, you see battling down low. Foul trouble is always a big thing for this North Central team because those are two such important players, all-American type players for this North Central team. You're going to see Connor Reardon run the point.
You mentioned the fact that it's Jaquan Phipps in the starting lineup tonight. He takes the place of Jagger Anderson, who's on the bench. The rest of the lineup unchanged. Aiden Chang, Connor Reardon, Erwin Henry, and Alex Sorensen. Anderson has now been on the bench to start 2 contests this season. Tommy Koth has gotten the other start. A couple of misses to start our contest today. Let's go to the Illinois Wesleyan side. Andy Stempel, Jalen Beasley, Colin Bonnet, Brady Rose, and Trevor Sebring are the starters for the Titans. Sorensen with the rebound ahead to Reardon. And here's the interesting part. You mentioned this a moment ago. Reardon, in the place of Anderson, is running the point instead of Phipps, who's in his place for the starting lineup.
He's the 4, but he's running the 1 on offense.
Backdoor pass. Phipps lays it off the glass. Credit the assist to Erwin Henry.
Pass there from Henry.
Henry's a playmaker who a lot of times falls into the doghouse. Ooh, bucket in the foul. Nice job by Brady Rose getting to the rack. He falls into the doghouse a lot of times with just these simple plays that go awry, but he is a really good player out of Chicago.
And this, you mentioned Erwin Henry. Erwin Henry went to a powerhouse high school in Whitney Young. Colin Barnett went to that name might sound familiar to from Naperville. He went to Bennett. So you got some big-time high school program players in this one.
Barnett was a lot of fun to watch when he was at Bennett Academy. Now he takes his talents to Bloomington in his second season. You can see him guarding Raridan.
Interesting matchup there.
Raridan on that far side wing.
And you know what? That's a matchup of two sophomores. They're going to be going at it for a while.
Yeah, they got 3 more years of this. Baseline, down low pass. Sorensen plays it off the bottom of the rim. Able to get his own rebound. The putback good. 4-3 early.
We'll see how deep Coach Raridan goes into his bench today. As in that last matchup against Wisconsin-Platteville, he put up 40 points, so obviously he had some trouble scoring in that one. You'll see if he looks for any more sparks off the bench on this one.
That's Barnett with the basketball matched up with Chang. Drives to the hole, off the glass, and good.
It's going to be a tough matchup for Chang there as he got switched on to Barnett. Barnett, a strong physical guard.
Chang more of a spot-up shooter.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a lot of weight to him. As Raridan goes to the hole aggressively, Sorensen tried to follow Phipps, the offensive board, and kicks it out to Chang.
Raridan had a pretty clean look at that one, just missed it.
A little surprised by that. Henry under the basket. Nice find by Raridan.
Raridan runs back, shaking his head. He's still not happy he missed that one.
Raridan in the top 5 in the conference in assists per game, so it's no wonder he's not running that point forward position. He's doing everything this year, scoring, rebounding, assists. Saw earlier, there's an offensive foul on the Titans. We saw earlier Raridan combined for the block with Raridan. He's a really, you hear this term in baseball, 5-tool player, but he's a 5-category basketball player.
I don't want to make the comparison because I'm really not, but with LeBron plays the 4 all the time with the Cavs, and he runs the point. You see him bring up the ball all the time. That's kind of what they have Raridan doing here. Not saying they're the same player. Just the comparison of playing the 4 and the point.
A little bit different. 3.5 minutes have gone by. Phipps with the basketball. Drives to the hole and loses it off his own knee. And that's the first turnover of the day for North Central. So the Titans back with it.
You see Illinois Wesleyan going to their bench here early. Checking in. See, it'd be interesting with what Coach Raridan does after that loss to Platteville.
Miss. That's Jalen Beasley on the track down. Beasley with 7 rebounds a game. He's among the conference leaders in the early goings in that category. Raridan just able to get that pass. Barnett almost took it away. Outside Phipps, near side Chang. Cardinals like to slow it down. The Titans like to speed it up. Henry with the quick pull for 3 off the left side of the rim.
See, that's a shot that Coach Raridan, like you're talking about with Erwin Henry, does not like that. You see him lean back in his chair. You can tell Coach Raridan's not a verbal get up and yell coach. He's a very body language coach. You can tell right away.
And you can see just about every emotion he goes through just by watching him on the bench.
I'll say when he gets up and yells, he's real mad because he doesn't do that too often.
Sorensen gets caught up in the air. Sebring will go to the line for 2, the senior from Towanda, Illinois. It's the shots that Henry often takes that are not in the flow of the offense that often get him in trouble, such as that 3-point shot. There were still 15 seconds on the shot clock. He was stationary. He wasn't moving in any way towards the basket, and those are very low percentage shots.
That's more one of those heat check threes, but it wasn't on fire yet. But he is one of those players that he's a playmaker unlike any other. He's a very, very good player attacking the basket.
1 of 2 for Sebring, knocks this game up at 6. 15-18 to play. First half of action here from inside Gregory Arena. A matchup of top 20 teams. Number 6 North Central, number 16 Illinois Wesleyan.
You see Jagger Anderson ready to check into this ball game. We'll see if he runs the point at Raridan. I'm assuming it'll go back to Anderson.
Raridan with a nice crossover, cross-court pass. Chang lost in translation by the defense. Can't make them pay. That's the first shot taken by the sophomore guard. Had a big game against Aurora about a week ago, but then fell quiet against UW-Platteville. Nice defense for Phipps.
Aurora always gives North Central a game. It seems no matter what the record is every year.
Henry aggressively to the hole, and a hacking foul called on Rose. Rose a little upset by it.
Looked to be a pretty clean strip. I think he got him in the body.
Phipps will check out. Anderson will come in. Good, meaningful minutes for Phipps. Aside from that one turnover, great defense, and also facilitated the offense when he had the ball in his hands. So Anderson will initiate that offense from straight away. That's batted right back to Chang. Lazy pass, drives into the hole. Left-handed layup is good. A lot of contact, no whistle. Cardinals reclaim the lead.
See Wesleyan going deep in their bench already, already at 8. We're only 6 minutes in.
Down low, Sebring working against Sorensen, who already has a foul. And he's able to get the up and under move.
So that's the problem when Sorensen picks up that early foul. He knows he can't pick up that second one or else he's done for most of the half. And here comes a zone from Illinois Wesleyan. You see a lot of CCIW teams go zone against this North Central team in the past.
Platteville went to it and gave them fits. Backdoor pass, Sorensen fighting for it underneath the basket. And a foul called on Illinois Wesleyan. Sebring will pick up his first foul. And Coach Ron Rose goes absolutely nuts on the Illinois Wesleyan bench.
So when they go zone, that's why I'm wondering sometimes where Coach Reardon might look if they're struggling against the zone to the bench. That's what I'm referring to when I say how deep he will go.
Well, here's the difference between this team and teams in years past. Shooting-wise, the depth isn't quite there. We've seen in the past where guys like Kevin Gillespie, who's a point guard shooting, he's really good. You know, he's a really good sharpshooter. But then you had the Vince Commix that would come in and they'd be able to knock down a three. They don't have that knockdown shooter. Aiden Chang is the closest thing to it.
Aiden Chang definitely a very good shooter, but you got to be able to space the floor and help out Chang get those looks. And when he can't get those looks, that's going to be an issue.
Turnover for Anderson, and he's getting the death glare from Coach Todd Reardon right now. You know, now that you mentioned the fact that you can read his body language, it's really hard not to go to him after plays like that. Bonnet with the basketball.
That's been one of my favorite things in the last 5 years, just watching Coach Reardon on the bench. He's fun to watch. He's not a crazy flailing type guy, but it's very easy to see if you know him the way he is.
Score knotted at 8. Foul on Erwin Henry. That's his first. Both teams with 3 team fouls. 7 minutes into our contest.
Andy Stemple's one of those names. It seems like he's been here for a while too. I don't know why.
He goes up with it, and it's tipped around a couple of times. Outside a 3 attempt, knocked down. Nick Coleman with the 3. Sam Fairley has checked into the game, and Fairley just a freshman. Take that, that's Jack Bronick. As Reardon able to knock down the 2.
You see Wesleyan there, they go back into their man-to-man. I'm interested to see how often they go zone, because it seems like it gave North Central some fits when they did it.
Pass down low, off the glass, suffocated underneath, and a foul before the play.
That's going to be on Reardon, it looks like.
It's Tyler Burdine for the Titans who was fouled. They'll put this on the baseline, so no shot attempt, and it is on Reardon, his first.
You know what, Reardon, Sorensen, when they get in foul trouble, the Cardinals struggle, and that's a big one.
There's a 3. Brady Rose knocks it down in a 4-point lead, largest so far tonight for the Titans.
Phipps and Koth getting ready to check in. Coach Reardon a little less patient right now. And Sorensen checking back in.
Reardon tried to go behind the back. Baronic was still there, trying to set the double screen. Sets the screen for Chang. Rolled to the hoop. He was open, but no passing lane. 4 on the shot clock. Cross-court pass. Henry spots up for 3. Double clutches and knocks it in. My, oh my, what a shot for Henry.
You know, Erwin Henry, if I can say this quickly, against Benedictine, that close matchup they had against them, he had one of the biggest plays that'll never be really noticed. Is he was fading away there as the layup goes in. He was fading away, one-handed three-pointer, hit the rim to give Sorensen the game winner in that one.
Bronick lost Burdine. As Burdine rolled to the hoop and had a wide open layup.
Coach Reardon not pleased right now in that huddle as he's calling out some players for the defensive effort.
Yeah, it's about verbal communication a lot of times when you're taking on a team that does a lot of pick and roll action like Illinois Wesleyan does. 3-point game, Wesleyan on top. This is a matchup, a rivalry that has gone back a long, long ways. How about 151 meetings, including tonight?
That's a good amount.
Now, North Central has not found themselves on the right side of that matchup all too often, as the Titans have won 107 of those 150 matchups. But the Cardinals won both of those meetings last year.
North Central, very good young team in the last couple of years, especially with Reardon and Sorensen both not being seniors. Reardon, sophomore, Sorensen a junior. It's very nice to see as a coach. And here's that zone.
Crowding the top, the pass intended for Phipps, knocked out of play. The Cardinals are going to have to do something against the zone. What is it?
I was going to say, this isn't what I was saying they're going to do, but I know Mike Wiz, a very good shooter on that North Central bench. It'll be interesting if they throw him into the action, as he hasn't seen any minutes, meaningful minutes, I guess, yet so far this season. So we'll see if that's an option. But right now, I think they have Koth in there looking for some jump shots. They want to get some threes.
Wiz, in fact, has not seen any time this year.
I wasn't sure if there was any at the end of the game.
Reardon falls away, knocks down the jumper.
That's a tough jump shot right there.
That is, if you could boil down the name Reardon into one shot, that would be it, the fall-away 15-footer.
I would have liked to see Coach Todd Reardon play. Right? I mean, watching his kids.
They all play the same way.
I know. I would like to see if he's the same type of player.
Sorensen on the block. Goes to work, double team, lefty hook, in and out, no good, rattled out.
Connor and Derek definitely have a lot of similarities, that's for sure.
Didn't get a chance to see Mitch. He was already the assistant coach by the time I came in. But it seems like with each brother, the statistics and the accolades continue to rise. Derek was a phenomenal player in his time, and Connor looks to even one up Derek. As just a sophomore, he's already a preseason All-American.
Him battling with those brothers definitely made him a little better, I would assume.
I would think so.
And they're back in that zone here. We'll see how the Cardinals attack it.
Right in the middle is Sorensen outside. Henry will take the three and cannot connect.
The only way to really beat a zone is getting the ball in the middle like they did there, and that's going to create open shots.
That's the right shot selection, too.
Oh, yeah.
Once you have it beat, you've got to pull the trigger.
Yeah. Chain come back in. You want to have your best shooters available to try to get them out of that zone.
Looks like a good chess match so far tonight as far as bench pieces go. Cross-court pass.
Dangerous pass.
Bonnet spins into the lane, able to keep the pivot foot. Three attempt brought down by Phipps. 3-point game, under 10 to play, first half. Beasley also set to check in at that scores table. Reardon gets the screen from Sorensen, the pick and pop. Sorensen wanted the three, can't take it, not enough room. Koth the dribble drive and kicks it out to Phipps. Dumps it off, Sorensen slams it home.
Great pass inside there by Phipps to find Sorensen for the wide open dunk. Just got to create right off the dribble.
Bonnet, guarded by Koth, goes hard to the hole, off the glass, no good. Tipped out, Reardon with it.
That's a tough matchup for Koth, and good defense there.
Little hesitation for Reardon will allow him to pick up the foul.
Henry was going to go fix that net. He looked at somebody else, saying, somebody else get that.
That's Nick Coleman on the foul. Bonnet and Coleman will both check out. As Beasley and Stemple check back in, as well as Rose. 8:52 to play, and hold on, a holding foul.
That'll be the 16th foul, I believe. Or is that 5?
That's a foul on Austin Amon, who just came out onto the floor, I believe. Or was that yeah, that's Austin Amon.
It's a 15th foul.
6, no, you're right.
Oh, is it 5 or 6?
A little delayed on the scoreboard. Shot missed by Reardon. He complained that he got hit on the shot attempt. No whistle. So here comes Rose. He's already knocked down a 3. Underneath, Sebring trying to work that up and under move, and he spins it off the glass.
Tough shot. That's a heck of an angle to make that and put that spin on it.
It's got to be a factor of luck involved in that too.
Yeah.
I would have said the same thing if a North Central player had hit that as well. Got a little lucky there. Reardon takes the shot down low. Sorensen on the block.
That's a flop, and that's a really bad call there. That's pretty much just you go down the second he touches you, and that's a big call too, because that's Sorensen's second.
Sebring picked up the foul on Sorensen. Didn't look like there was a ton of contact, but Sebring went absolutely flying.
Looks like he got shot.
Rose gets it knocked away. Phipps dives to save it. The ball's still loose. Henry picks it up. And the pass deflected out of bounds. He was trying to go to Reardon, streaking into the lane. How about Phipps? How about that hustle? The sophomore coming in from Lyons Township, a rotation player last year, getting some more minutes this season.
And the start tonight.
Coach Steve Schweer taking the time to not just wipe up the floor, but also plead his case to one of the officials. Reardon outside. They'll reset the offense. Henry trying to go backdoor to Reardon. Block extended. He'll go to work. Fall away hook shot, and he left it short.
Reardon got to be careful. They're going up for the reach after here. He has that one foul. You don't want to pick up 2, just like Sorensen. Well, Sorensen's second. It's not on Sorensen.
Shot from the corner. Big bouncer pulled down by Jack Bronick. Chang was out in front of the play. Not enough room there, though, as Henry has to back it out and reset to Reardon.
Reardon back to running that point, as so far Anderson hasn't been out there too much.
Bronick was rolling to the hoop. Ball placed well by Henry, and Bronick just couldn't pull it in. What is it about big bodies and coordination? A lot of times the coordination seems to lag a little bit.
I don't know. Never really
I'm a small
understood it.
guy, so I've never had that issue.
Interesting. I'm not sure where Sam Fairley. Maybe he's injured. I don't see him on anywhere, as he was getting a lot of minutes at that freshman big man position. I don't know if you see him, if it's just me, but I don't even see him on the bench.
Beasley with the 3.
Is that him at the
It might
end?
be Fairley at the very end in
dressed.
sweats.
Yep.
That is a big loss. He was already carving out a big role.
He was getting some end of game minutes as a freshman too.
Already had a double-double this year. Henry outside Phipps. He'll take the jump shot and knocks it through. Didn't seem to want to take it, but said, all right.
Why not?
Finally.
If you're going to give it to me.
I'll take it. Rose asking for it on the near side, has it. Sebring down low against Bronick. Faces up against him. Now goes to work underneath the hoop. Shot up, drops it home. Sebring is just putting Bronick through a tutorial right now.
Sebring is a physical player inside there, and he's always given North Central some problems. He actually made a 3/4 court shot here. I believe it was him last year. Maybe he just likes the building.
He just likes it here.
So the Cardinals 8 deep right now. Sorensen with 2 fouls. See how Coach Reardon handles this. Cardinals struggling a little bit to score right now.
This is about as deep as they tend to go. 3-point play converted.
The only time they went deeper, or deep, was the Final Four year, I think. They maybe went 9 or 10, didn't they?
They still like to go 8. There were maybe a minute or 2 where some of those fringe guys would get in.
So I know Rosenberg and Burchett both came off the bench that year.
They did. Vince Kamick was also, I believe, the bench piece. Maybe that was the year before the Sweet 16 run. Henry the 3. Back of the rim. Anderson skied for the rebound, just couldn't bring it down. Bosch out in front, and he puts it home on Chang, and a timeout taken.
Coach Reardon not happy. He's got something to say to the referee. And Cardinals struggling to score right now, especially against that zone.
28-19. A full timeout taken by the Cardinals. 5:27 to play first half. It seems like a continuation from that UW-Platteville game here tonight. They've had open shots. Henry has had at least 2 threes where he's been wide open. Can't hit those. Chang had very similar shot. Couldn't hit that as well. Is it a matter of just seeing the ball go through the hoop?
I don't know. Right now, you have a game like you did against Platteville, and you get a little mental about it. You don't see the ball go, like you said, you don't see the ball go through the hoop, and you start thinking about it possibly. And that's why I'm thinking you look for maybe that spark off the bench to get the. We were talking about the women's game. You get contagious. You start seeing the ball go in, and maybe anybody can start making one. So this Cardinal team right now, they got to figure out a way to beat that zone, and you got to work from inside out. But without Sorensen right now, it's going to be tough to work inside out.
Sorensen has already gone to the scorer's table. It looks like he will check in.
He just commands so much attention inside every time he touches the ball.
It'll be interesting to see what he does against Sebring, considering the fact that the last time he had a touch, Sebring went flying and he got called for the offensive foul. But Sebring has now come off the floor as Sorensen comes on. Tyler Burdine, the lone big guy out there. Alec Bosch as well, but Burdine's 6'9". Big wingspan right in the middle of the 2-3 zone.
I think North Central's biggest problem this year and years past is sometimes they get too one-dimensional, and you got to be able to score on all facets. And you see Wesleyan back into man-to-man, that could work to North Central's advantage here.
Yeah, they came out looking like they're going to go to the zone, but then matched up to the basket. Up, good for Reardon. They'll go to the line for an extra.
I mean, that man-to-man opens up that dribble drive, and that's what North Central's best at, especially Reardon. Reardon wants to put the ball on the floor and go. Especially in Jagger. You know Jagger wants to drive to the basket, too.
That's where he's at his best.
I think you got to call him Jagger. You can't call him Anderson. Jagger's such a cool name.
Jagger Anderson, yeah. Just the whole thing kind of flows.
It's one of those nice announcer names.
Yeah. Reardon makes it a 3-point play.
I always liked Manny Machado.
Manny Machado's a fun name.
It's a nice one to say.
There's a quarterback for North Park that we always remarked about, T.D. Conway.
Yeah, it's the best football name there is out there, right? In the CCIW, at least.
Down low, Burdine.
Sorensen's got to be careful down there. He's seeing his hands straight up on defense.
He's got the box out right there. The rebound goes to Wesleyan. Henry forces a miss after whiffing on the box out attempt. Anderson out in front. Chang drives, baseline, kicks out. Henry, off the face of Aiden Chang in a backcourt violation.
Henry's got to shoot that basketball right there. He's got a wide open look at that three. You don't hesitate, shoot it.
You wonder if those 2 misses earlier forced him to hesitate.
I mean, he hit a very difficult shot, too.
That's exactly what Reardon was saying.
Yeah.
You were wide open. Take it. Yeah, he made that double clutch shot.
You think that gets your confidence going.
Bonnet takes the jumper. Couple of bounces on the rim. Anderson the rebound. Sorensen trails, takes the 3, short. Reardon almost got the over the back on Bonnet.
It's almost his second foul. Be careful there.
Corner, down low. Burdine working against Sorensen to go straight up and down. Great defense underneath.
I was just going to say, Sebring's not in there. If you're Illinois Wesleyan, you want Sebring in the game, give him the ball every single time because Sorensen can't do anything right now. He doesn't want to pick up that 3rd foul.
30-22, 3:45 to play. Anderson running the point. Outside Sorensen, Chang. He's had 1 shot. Chang, that is.
A layup and a missed 3, right?
Yep. Reardon, or rather Anderson, to the hole. Gets the bucket of drop.
Guys, North Central, I don't think has anything in transition really so far in this game. They need to get some steals or some rebounds and run with it. Get some easy baskets. They're working hard for everything right now.
Outside Bonnet. Sorensen had to come out and extend himself. Bad miss by Bonnet. Burdine went down hard. Looks a little shaken up. He's trailing the play. Reardon with it. Down low, Sorensen, mismatch underneath. Sorensen goes to work off the glass and good. Great find for Reardon, able to identify the mismatch.
2:50 to go here. Got to close this half strong. There it is.
Steal from Anderson. He's out in front. Lefty layup. And a timeout taken, Illinois Wesleyan. I don't know what the message was to Jagger Anderson in benching him tonight. Maybe it was just a strategic thing, but he's playing really well.
Yeah, and he's got to stick to what he knows, and that's what he's doing right now. I think Coach Reardon may be trying to send a message to him is play your game, and he wasn't playing his game maybe in the last couple, and he's playing his game tonight. He's getting out, he's running, he's getting steals, and taking it to the basket. That's what he does best.
Last year we saw an ultra competitive, scrappy, lightning quick guard. Through the first 4 games, you didn't quite see that burst of speed. You didn't see the ability to hit the hole hard. Kind of like a running back. He seemed to hesitate, but tonight he's exploiting those.
Also had an ankle injury preseason. That's why he didn't start the first game at Benedictine. I know that for sure. He definitely had a little gimpy leg there, so maybe he's not 100% or getting back close to it.
A couple of former players in the house tonight. Down the way, Pat Rourke, Jack Burchett, and former coach Todd Kelly.
And Derek Reardon always here. Seems like coach supporting his
Is he
dad.
still doing the laundry?
I have no idea.
I'm kidding. That's
used
Connor's
to?
job now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, all the Reardon boys would make their keep by doing the team laundry.
Get paid for it.
I think they.
That might be a job.
It was a job, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a job. That's a nice job, right? I mean, I know it smells, but it's pretty easy money. I wouldn't mind smelling.
I don't know.
That for $10 or something.
Not a big fan of picking up my teammates' jerseys at the end of the night.
Wear a nose plug or something.
Think about it, though. You would really resent that one guy in your team that happens to sweat more than just about any other human imaginable. There's always that one guy in a basketball court.
And if he even plays 2 minutes, it's just soaked.
Sebring, and he gets the friendly bounce.
He likes playing here.
He just loves it.
That's a members bounce right there.
2:19 to play. Sorensen in the high post. Reardon takes a fall-away jumper from the baseline, gets his own rebound. Shot fake, baseline drive. Kicks it out. Sorensen from the free throw line. No. And pulled down by Stemple.
Comes Jack Bronick. I think that's a good decision to get Sorensen out for the final.
Anderson plucks it away in midair. In transition, dumps it off. Sorensen in transition. Bucket counted and one.
That's a big play for the North Central team, especially if Sorensen can get this free throw, get out of the game, and get out of the half with 2 fouls.
Team 7. Alex Sorensen to the line.
Both coaches have seemed very animated in this first half about the officiating.
Yeah, you don't see Reardon too animated, but tonight, a little bit.
A little bit. And, you know, in an environment like this against a rival like Illinois Wesleyan will breed that type of intensity. Sorensen knocks down the free throw, makes it a 1-point game, 32-31.
I've seen a lot of games here at North Central over the last 4 or 5 years, and that NCAA tournament game last year against Oshkosh, I think it was Oshkosh.
St. Olaf.
Oh, was it? Oh, sorry, excuse me, St. Olaf against, or at St. Norbert for that first round game. I've never seen Coach Reardon. So,
well, I saw very little of it.
It was interesting officiated game, let's put it that way.
Anderson fouled as he tried to race out in front. Bronick, phenomenal defense on Sebring under the basket. Forced a bad miss. And now to the line, Anderson, as the Cardinals make their way into bonus.
You know, an interesting stat coming in today. Alex Sorensen has attempted how many free throws on the year? I want you to guess.
Sorensen?
On the year.
20.
7.
Wow.
And that's interesting because that means he's not really getting calls underneath or he's settling too much. And you know that's a stat he wants to get up. And he attempted one there earlier. Now Jagger misses the front end of a 1-on-1.
Jagger had a really tough time last year at the free throw line.
6 for 9 this year, so not a bad start to free throws.
Well, oh, Erwin Henry with the rejection.
Talk about soaring. That's a 6'1" guard meeting me at the rim.
Anderson will take the jumper straight away, rolls around. Sebring the low man back, and the Cardinals recover in time. Bonnet the drive, slides through, Bronick the rebound. 50 seconds left, 20 seconds difference between the game clock and the shot clock.
I'll get a 2-for-1 here. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. I don't think Connor Reardon's came out.
I don't think he has either. Henry will drive, put the floater up and in. Cardinals have taken the lead by 1.
Closing this half very well right now. One more stop will be a great close.
Bosch the 3, and Bosch connects.
Coach Reardon not happy right now. I think I don't know if it was with Bronick or who that was, but he's not happy with somebody.
8 seconds left in the half. Cardinals trail by 2. Anderson drives, spins into the lane, bounced away, stripped, and that'll mark the end of the half. Wesleyan up by 2.
That's a good defensive play underneath there. That was a clean strip. And the Cardinals go down the half, like you said, down by 2. I think they closed out that last 4 or 5 minutes pretty solid, though. They seemed a little stagnant in that first half at the beginning, and closing that out, not a bad way.
35-33 is our score at the break. We'll step aside. We'll be back in 15 minutes on NCTV 17.
There will be 10 calls to start the second half.
Welcome back to Gregory Arena on the campus of North Central College. The Cardinals trail coming out of the break 35-33 to the Titans. North Central number 6, Illinois Wesleyan number 16 in the latest D3Hoops.com poll. Since that poll came out, the Cardinals lost to UW-Platteville in an absolute beatdown. Defensively, the Cardinals were held in check the entire night. Wesleyan, meanwhile, has gone on to win. They are 5-0 this season. As we return to action, Kevin Jackman, Eric Gruber, drive to the lane, off the glass, and good. And Andy Stempel gets the Titans off on the right foot here in the second half.
And you know, you talked about in the pregame, Kevin, you said that they scored an unbelievable rate, and I think 82 was the least amount they've had in the game, if
Correct.
I'm mistaken there. And they only had 35 in that first half. If you're North Central, you have gone through some major scoring droughts. You cannot have one here in the second half because you got to expect Wesleyan to come out firing.
Sorensen will take the jumper. No good as it bounces on the rim a few times. Here comes Rose up the floor working on Jaquan Phipps, who also starts the second half after starting the game in place of Jagger Anderson. Anderson coming off the bench and providing a good spark offensively. 4 points and a couple of steals. Sebring cannot get the hook shot to drop, and a foul over the back foul on Beasley as Erwin Henry had the box out.
We'll see how Coach Erwin manages this second half. That was the thing about against Platteville. It was a major scoring drought, and especially in that second half, and you cannot have that here. You'll get too far behind with a team like Wesleyan that can just score the basketball.
A minute in, Wesleyan with the only basket as Chang goes aggressively to the hole, puts one high off the glass and no good.
Alex Sorensen, got to be careful. Remember those 2 fouls in that first half.
Spot up for Stempel. He hits it for 3. 7-point lead. And a quick timeout taken by Todd Reardon as Illinois Wesleyan has scored the first 5 points of the second half.
Coach Reardon, quick timeout here in this second half. I think you got to get your 2-man game going with Connor Reardon and Alex Sorensen and get your 2 preseason All-Americans going. And right now, Illinois Wesleyan's done a pretty good job of keeping them in check. They haven't completely shut them down, but they've done a pretty good job.
Last time the Cardinals led was 14-28 in the first half, so a long while. Illinois Wesleyan close to matching its largest lead of the game, which they last held 28-19.
You got to wonder if Jagger Anderson's going to come back, as he provided that nice spark in that first half. He's not come back right just yet. But I don't think Coach Reardon can keep him out too long.
Looks like right now the Titans might bring, no, it's kind of a fake
token pressure.
Court press. Yeah.
It's all Wesleyan, very confident team.
Yeah, they have every right to be 5-0 this season. Sorensen scoop pass, Phipps to the opposite side. Sorensen, pass knocked away by Sebring, and it's last touched by Bonnet, who actually knocked it away from his own teammate.
So the thing about Wesleyan and North Central this year, Augustana, for them, they're down this year because of how many guys they lost. I'm not saying they're bad or anything. They lost a lot of seniors, a lot of very good players. They're still a very good team. But these 2 teams right here think they're the best 2 teams in the conference, and they very well should.
Sorensen lifts and drains the 3. Not a lot of space to take that 3, but he drains it.
Alex Sorensen, a very streaky 3-point shooter. That's good to see one go down for him.
Sebring looked like he actually wanted to shoot that basketball. Not his area of expertise outside of 15 feet, maybe even outside of 10. Chang knocks it away. He thought it rolled off of Sebring's leg, but it will not go that way. Titans retain possession with 8 seconds on the shot clock.
And have you noticed the jacket is off of Coach Rose?
It is already that time. 3 for Rose, and he rattles it home.
Do you think that's a father-son connection?
I believe so.
Or do you know so? I'm not 100% positive, but I would think so. You got the Rairdens and the Roses.
It's a few clicks away. Reardon to the basket. He picks it up on the other end.
Oh, each coach's son with the last two baskets.
43-38.
Rose.
Ooh, almost had another.
Open check.
5-point lead. Foul as Sorensen went up. He'll go to the line. That is his son. Ron Rose is the father of Brady Rose.
It was a hard foul, good foul. Good senior foul. Andy Snippel knows to not let Sorensen get that one up to the basket. He's going to send him to the line to work for two. And it is a good foul.
Good bounce back so far in 2016. Swift departure from last season in which Illinois Wesleyan went 13-13. Definition of middle of the road. As Reardon gets, or rather, Sorensen gets one of two. A lot of returners. They only lost Bryce Dolan as a key rotational player. They got just about everybody back. Sebring against Sorensen, up and under move is good again.
Good move there by Sebring with the right hand, a little awkward finish.
45-39, 16:25 to play.
It's a smart move with Sebring going right at the body of Sorensen. Sorensen does not want to pick up that third foul early here in the second half.
Down low, Sorensen on the block, spins baseline, off the glass, good, and count the bucket! Sorensen, go to the line for an extra.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
That was high off the glass. That almost hit the shot clock.
And the left hand.
Alex Sorensen to the line to complete. 3-point play.
Make it a 3-point play for the junior transfer from Northern Michigan University. What a find he was.
I wonder how long Sorensen and Reardon names will be going on here, because it seems like they've been going on forever.
Yeah, Pete Sorensen was an all-time great football player, the brother of Alex Sorensen. Most touchdowns in a single season is Colin Bonnet to the bucket and a foul.
That's a bad, bad call right there, as Coach Reardon might try to earn himself a technical foul here, as he's going away from the body of Bonnet there.
That is the third foul on Alex Sorensen. Not only is Todd Reardon upset at the call, but now his best player, or at least his most consistent player, is in foul trouble with 15:53 to play in the second half.
Coach Reardon yelling when the referees, all three have been on the same referee. He might earn himself a tee, you never know. I've seen him do it before.
Oh, yeah. Henry, Reardon for three, knocked down behind the three-point line. He'll go to the line for three. That's the same referee that just called that third foul on Sorensen.
And it was a foul, but you know he's got to give Reardon one after that.
I said the same thing a couple days ago. No referee will ever admit that there is such a thing as a makeup foul.
There are so many called in one game, it's unbelievable. Wow.
Sorensen,
he's
Reardon
trying
second.
for a technical. Couldn't hear Coach Reardon there. He's telling the referee he'll send in the tape of that foul.
That is the most PG argument I think I've ever heard yelled across the court.
What the referee's arguing is Sorensen jumped. You're allowed to jump if you're straight up.
Yeah.
Or you're falling away, which he was doing there. Coach Reardon's going to be begging for every call now, as he kind of should be.
This will be a fun second half. These two coaches are on top of the referees, and these two teams are playing at a high level. That makes for a fun combination. Bonnet for three, in and out. Raritan tracks it down.
Jagger
48-44.
Getting ready to check in.
Bonnet took one right in the chin. Sorensen wants a 3, and the roll will not go.
He didn't get the Sebring bounce.
Oh, wanted the 3, couldn't take it. Bosch will, and Bonnet brings it in with one hand, now takes the jumper. That's too strong.
That's when you want to kind of bring that out, maybe reset the offense there. You don't need that shot right there.
Screen from Sorensen. He rolls outside Henry. Back to Raritan. Pump fakes, drives. Dumps it off. Sorensen, left-handed shot, too strong. Gets his own rebound. Pad the stats. Shot is good.
Is that the old Bill Russell move? I heard that he used to do that a lot.
Missed the shot on purpose to get the
I don't know
rebound?
if it was on purpose, but he used to miss it a lot and get it back and miss it again and get it back and put it in. That's why he averaged a lot of rebounds.
It's easy to average a double-double when you miss and then collect your own shot. Bosch will take another 3. Hit one in the first half at the end of that. And now a foul on Jaquan Phipps as Sebring had position to bring that ball down. And Jagger Anderson will tag team him out. Cardinals trail by 2, 13:59 to play, second half. Jack Bronick will also check in. Sorensen will come out with 3 personal fouls. He'll get a breather. Probably won't see him, till the 8 or 9 minute mark?
I think it depends on the flow of the game.
Yeah.
If you keep it at 2, you can go as long as you can.
Offensive foul on Burdine as he was going on Bronick, and Bronick got into his way each and every time he tried to cut.
Coach Raritan's clapping, saying good call.
Hey,
This is why I could never referee at this type of level. I refereed grade school. I couldn't do it. It's either a sarcastic good job or you're bad. It's never real, genuine good call.
48-46. Raritan backdoor cut. Anderson, tie game. 48 apiece.
And Coach Rowe's going to have something to say as he beats the ref.
Timeout taken by Illinois Wesleyan.
And now, Coach, this is a battle between the coaches and the refs right now.
48-48.
There'll be a 30-second timeout.
You know, as long as it stays clean and these two teams enjoy the game and the intensity keeps up like this, it's fun.
Sorensen just motioned in the huddle what he did to deserve that foul, that third foul. He just stepped straight back with his hands up, said, that's what I did.
It happened a few minutes ago, and now that the game is tied up, that might become, or at least be put on the back burner.
That's the thing about basketball. It's the one sport where football, 15 penalties on one guy, and the coach is going to be happy with him, but he can't get disqualified unless he gets a personal foul that's
right.
That's whatever,
Ejected.
Ejected, an unnecessary foul. But that's the thing about basketball, that it becomes such a big thing. It can really dictate a basketball game.
So Henry will guard the point guard instead of Anderson, who instead matches up on Rose.
Jagger Anderson, a very good defender.
Blocked by Raritan. He also tips it out. 3-on-2. Anderson out in front. Cross court. Chang for 3. No.
It's a good find there by Jagger.
That's the shot you want, too. Kicked out. Here's a 3 for Rose. He's knocked down a few.
Yeah, that's a good call there as Connor Raritan just pushing. Looked like Bosch underneath. That one, I don't think Coach Raritan can argue.
That was excessive boxing out. He got up and under and then kept driving.
And not with his butt. He was going with his hands.
Good defense for Chang. 3, strong. And a foul by Bosch as he pushed off on Raritan.
I think Bosch is arguing that was a little bit of a flop.
One big chess match as far as arguing with the referees tonight.
That's the thing about the referees in this type of game. You got to make sure you keep the game under control. You don't want to get out of control. Hard fouls start happening and no calls. You got to keep it very, very sane, I guess you could say.
No scoring in the last 2 minutes. 48-48 still. Reardon, 15 feet away, has Bonnet up in the air, steps through, knocks it through. Crafty move from the sophomore forward. Another three from the wing. Good, and a foul underneath. Nick Coleman knocks it in. Bronick then fouled Burdine.
Here comes Sorensen. There's your answer.
So just a few minutes of rest for Sorensen as Bronick checks out. Sebring will also come in as a corresponding move to Sorensen being lifted off the bench. Quick baseline jumper, knocked in. How about that for a swing?
That's a tough shot, too, coming off an inbounds pass. And yeah, that's a 5-point play right there.
Stemple, he managed to knock that one in. Sorensen kicks it out, and they'll have to reset with 15 on the shot clock. Screen from Sorensen outside. Pick and pop. Reardon. And a jump ball.
Careful there, careful.
Coleman ripped it away,
That's
and the referees have to jump in.
Shoulder thrown out of place.
Jump ball will go Cardinal way. And they'll have the basketball under the hoop. A fresh shot clock. Couple of open looks. Reardon gets the inbound. Chang has been absolutely suffocated by Andy Stemple. Has yet to get, I remember, one good look in the first half, but outside of that, not much.
He had that one look in the corner here in this half. From
Three! Tie game!
That Jagger Anderson find, but he was not able to connect. But that was in transition. Yeah, half court, he's really been bottled up.
Sorensen, who missed just moments earlier, resets this game at 53, and now another shot from Stemple. He wanted the heat check. He got it, and then he missed it. Sorensen again open, pump fakes and drives, lost the ball, and goes to the floor. Stemple drives and has to kick out to Coleman. Bonnet, middle of the floor. Bosch against Henry. Ball knocked away a few times. Still on the floor, loose. Reardon picks it up. And Reardon
just tripping going on there.
And Coleman called for the foul. He was on the floor.
And that's the 17th foul. And that's going to send him to the line. Coach Reardon just sat back in his seat and looked disgusting because he just wanted that ball. He doesn't like what happened down there with the loose balls. Did you see him sit back there?
No, I didn't.
Saw that. So they're going to wet spot over there.
Sorensen will take free throws, but not before Aiden Chang will do some maintenance on the hardwood.
So free throw shooting going to be huge
here.
Oh,
Aiden, no.
Why, rubbing him
He wiped the floor, and then he just wiped his face with the same time. No, please no. Don't do that again.
That's not sanitary.
Not hygienic, no. 53 all, 11-11 on the clock.
I don't care if it's the opposite side. That's been the towel they've been using, just wipe the floor.
No thanks.
That's why we're up here.
Yeah.
We don't have to do that. We can bring our own little face towels from home.
Sorensen with the first one, good. Here comes the second.
I mean, 11 minutes to go in this game. 11-11, make a wish. And still, they're already into the bonus.
That is the third foul on Coleman. Highly suspect of that. Backdoor cut. Bonnet didn't see Stemple. Down low, Bosch working against Reardon. Cross court, Sebring, jumper. Big man has range.
This is a back and forth battle here in this second half. Just like the women's in the first game, it's been a very tightly contested game.
Last year, these two teams down at Bloomington. As Sorensen goes to work on the block against Sebring.
Pulled the chair out from underneath them.
Turnover. The game down in Bloomington actually went to overtime. Cardinals ended up winning it 96-89, but it required 15 extra free throws in that extra period, in which they hit all 15 to take down the Titans.
Do I remember Connor Reardon having a major game?
31 points, 15 rebounds, 5 assists.
So yes.
Yes, I would say so.
I think Sorensen might have fouled out of that game, if I can remember correctly.
Foul trouble was a huge issue last year. Sebring extended outside the three-point line, has to hand it to Stempel, who takes the three.
I mean, that was the thing about that Final Four team 2013. They had Rosenberg and Bershek off the bench that could have started on so many big-time teams in the country. That was such a great luxury to have.
Big men in the Division III landscape are a luxury. When you can bring them off the bench, it is all that more important. The Cardinals missing one of their big men tonight, and Sam Fairley not dressed for the game. Bronick has had to play meaningful minutes in the rotation as Chang goes off the glass and gets fouled. Reardon hits the deck as well, but it's Chang who will go to the line for 2 as the Cardinals trail by a couple, and I guess they ruled that shot a moment earlier from Stempel as a 2. The scoreboard reflects it as a 2. I'm not sure if that is correct or not. We will go with what the scoreboard says, 57-55, and consider that a 2-point make. First miss from Chang. So here's the second.
Anderson getting ready to check back in here.
Anderson will get Chang off the floor. So it's Henry, Anderson, Reardon, Sorensen, and Phipps. Phipps doing his best to stay out in front of Rose. Amon has checked in. He collected 5 rebounds in that first half. Rose gets past Phipps, lefty finger roll.
This Cardinal team right now got to dig deep. You got 9:20 to go. You don't want this to get too far out of a 2-possession game, and you see Illinois Wesleyan going into that 2-3 zone.
Not sure if the Cardinals have the personnel on the floor to beat this, although Reardon is 3 from straight away, elbows around. Anderson collects. Second chance on offense. Reardon again, corner. Phipps will take the jumper baseline and knocks it in. His second bucket of the night. Draws the Cardinals back to within 1. Phipps falls down, has to back up. And a foul on the floor. Anderson committing the hand check foul. That is the team's 5th, Anderson's 1st here in the second half. 8:45 to play.
Nice little inbounds play there, just got broken up.
Phipps and Reardon combined for the steal. Anderson has the ball out in front, and now they'll settle in the half-court set. Anderson hits the accelerator, near side. Reardon pump fakes, and now has to pull it out.
Sorensen's got a mismatch underneath.
He's got Bonnet on him. Reardon the fall away, short.
And who's this going to be on, Sorensen? That is on Sorensen, that's 4.
He has to come out now, doesn't he? Bronick will come in. Sorensen will head to the bench with 8:22 to play.
Hopefully no one wipes their face with this towel that they're wiping it up with. Let's see. And it is immediately disposed.
Thank you. One-point lead for number 16 ranked team in the nation in Illinois Wesleyan against the number 6 North Central. Miss forced by Phipps against Rose. Rebound Reardon ahead to Henry. Henry into the lane, falls away. The floater's good. He hung in the air for what seemed to be an eternity.
It's a great way to create a shot there as he uses his body and that left hand of his with the floater.
Amon with a jumper, deflects straight down off the front of the rim. Bronick picks it off the hardwood. Aiden Chang set to check in at the next dead ball. Bronick rolls to the hoop. Sebring didn't follow him for a split second. Anderson now flashes into the lane, off the glass. Second effort, third effort, fourth effort. He'll go to the line for 2.
It's a great battle inside there by Jagger Anderson. The Sebring just looked to be tired. He couldn't really go for that. He was hanging out of the net. I don't know if you saw that.
So only so many times a big guy can jump.
Anderson, like a Energizer bunny in there, just keep going up and down.
It's like he was just bouncing on a trampoline.
Pogo stick.
1 point lead for NCC. 2 free throws coming for the point guard.
This is a big part for them here. Knock down their free throws.
Cardinals, in years past, were a very good free throw shooting team. In fact, Derek Reardon, the older brother of Connor, once shot over 90% from the charity stripe over the course of a year. But this year for the Cardinals, 68% as a team.
Professional D1, D2, D3, I don't care, 90% is
that's good.
Almost unheard of.
That'll remain a 2-point game.
That's that Steve Nash, Steph Curry level of free throw shooting.
Stempel into the lane, has to dump it off to Sebring against Bronick. Bronick straight up and down. And a foul called on Reardon. That is his 3rd personal foul with 7:07 to play.
Now these are always the games. Reardon and Sorensen are in foul trouble. What do you do?
My guess is the next man up would have to be Thomas Walsh, who has not played tonight. He's a 6'6" junior, but the Cardinals haven't been in this situation this year. Reardon has been fouled out once.
He fouled out in the Benedictine game, and Alex Sorensen took over.
But Sorensen wasn't in foul trouble at all, so that gave the Cardinals at least a little bit of comfort.
I think Sorensen had 32. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
but right
that was a
there.
career high for the junior transfer.
He just took over that basketball game.
Anderson finds a little crevice underneath the hoop, and Reardon found some daylight.
Cardinal team's got to buckle up on the defensive end, and that's too easy right there.
Bronick just not in the right place.
Back in that 2-3 zone is Wesleyan. I think without Sorensen in, it's tough to break that for this North Central team.
Especially with, Bronick will take the jumper. Oh my.
That's a big shot there for Jack Bronick, and the bench loves it.
That one almost touched the rafters.
That's quite the arc for the short jumper that was.
On the high post, Sebring. And Bronick with the block, but a foul. Oh, and the bench does not love that one.
Foul number 54, Jack Bronick, his 3rd, teammate.
That is Bronick's 3rd personal foul. And now Sebring goes to the line for 2. Cardinals want to get loud here in Gregory Arena as the big guy has to shoot 2.
I don't think he wants to be at that free throw line right now either. He doesn't seem very comfortable.
Here comes the second. Splits a pair. Under 6 to play inside Gregory Arena.
We can't complain about the doubleheader we've had here today. No blowouts.
A couple of barn burns.
Illinois Wesleyan and North Central meet.
Anderson, a little hesitation move to the rim, fouled. Almost got it to drop as well as he almost has to run up the stands. Now he's back at the line. Anderson has looked really good tonight. He's looked decisive with the basketball in his hand.
Looked like Jagger Anderson of last season. Maybe he's getting a little confidence back in that ankle. We'll see when Coach Ritter decides to bring Sorensen back. I'm thinking around the 4.5, 4 minute mark would be my guess.
The other thing is Sebring, you noted this, he looks tired.
Yeah, and that's 4 fouls on Rose too.
And he goes to the bench. But when Sorensen checks in, you can imagine that Sebring will have to be on the floor, and it'll be a huge difference in energy level between the two. As Anderson misses 2.
The problem is with Sorensen, he's got to be extra careful on both ends of the floor. He can't commit a charge, nothing there, he's gone. See Bronick battling down there right now with Sebring.
forearm into the back of number 41. Tried the up and under move, and Reardon comes out of nowhere to stuff that right back down to earth.
And he calmly brings it up the floor. He does no reaction to that block. That's a Reardon thing, though.
It's not emotionless, it's just composure. Anderson, cross-court Henry. It's been a while since he's taken a shot.
Sherwin Henry has not been out of the game very often in this one.
3 on the shot clock. Anderson forced to take a 3. Brought in by Bosch. Not the guy that you want to have.
That's one of those calls where you got to let the offensive player turn around pretty much. And Anderson was there a little too early.
Bonnet will go to the line for 2. Yeah, Anderson's not the guy you want to have the basketball in his hand with 3 seconds left on the shot clock, and he's behind the 3-point line.
No, that's not his job. And here comes Sorensen and Phipps.
Chang and Anderson will check out, as will Bronick. Chang is actually going to stay in the game.
So we got the starting 5 in.
Anderson looks like he's a little shaken up. He was hit in the head, in the face.
Yeah, that's a big missed front end of a 1-and-1. That's 2 points gone there for the Titans as Bonnet misses.
Bennett Academy product has started all 5 games this year for the Titans. Reardon, pump fake. Sorensen will take the 3. No good.
Would have been a big one there.
Would have brought the house down. Remains a 2-point game with 4:20 to play. Backdoor pass to Coleman, almost went out of bounds. Right back to Bosch. That's a 1-point lead for Illinois Wesleyan. Timeout taken. 30-second timeout for Illinois Wesleyan, I believe. And it is with 4:12. How about that shot from Bosch? Alec Bosch, a 6'6" senior.
Those are the type of guys who need to step up in these situations, or those seniors in these late games, conference games between 2 top 20 teams. Can't rely on those young guns. I'm not saying they can't do it, but that's where the experience comes in handy.
Hit that big one with just under a minute to play in the first half. And another one right here with 4 to play in the second.
Good crowd here for a D-term game here for North Central. Those students not on campus. Wesleyan always travels well, it seems like. North Central got their fans out here too. You never know with D-term what you're going to get.
Platteville wasn't a huge crowd tonight. It's the exact opposite as the Cardinals come out with Anderson, Henry, Chang, Sorensen, and Reardon. Sorensen leading the way with 23 points tonight. 8 of 18 shooting. Henry guarded by Bosch. Behind the back pass to Sorensen, swung to Reardon. Reardon behind the back into the lane. Aggressive to the hole against Bonnet. Count the basket. He'll go to the line for one more.
That's a big play from Connor Reardon there as he's a really crafty player. He uses his body very well to create that contact, and he did it right there.
He stayed relatively balanced. Bonnet had no idea where he was going. And Bonnet's a really good fundamental basketball player, and Reardon had him all turned around.
Connor Reardon he's kind of like that veteran guy you go to it's like the 40-year-old you go pick up basketball with. He's got all the moves. You don't know when they're coming, but they're not super flashy, but they work.
Yeah.
And he knows how to create that contact.
He's a bit feistier than his 2 older brothers. Knocks down the free throw as well. 2-point game again. Cardinals lead 68-66. Under 4 to play.
Just such a good all-around basketball player. Neuqua Valley product.
Bonnet. Outside Bosch.
He's feeling it tonight.
Bonnet with the basketball back in his hands. Goes down low to Bosch. Mismatch against Chang. And Chang forces the miss. He got some help. Big defensive stand for the Cardinals.
See how the Cardinals approach this one. Connor Reardon going to go right back to it.
Friendly roll is good. And Reardon on his way back down court, a double fist pump.
Cardinals want this one bad, especially after their last game.
And an offensive foul. Reardon takes the charge, and he's all sorts of fired up.
Connor Reardon doesn't show that kind of emotion usually, and that's how bad they want this game. It's a big game against Illinois Wesleyan, a ranked team coming off a bad loss. This Cardinal team has responded very well from that Platteville game.
And Rose has fouled out of this game. That is his 5th personal foul as he gets a pat on the back from his father and coach. And now his coach will go to work in lobbying against that call. It won't change it, but it could change a future one. Jagger Anderson will check in as well. 70-66, and Ron Rose right now is working towards a technical.
Just really chewing the official's ear off there.
And a long stoppage in play. And finally back to action.
Basket here would be huge for the Cardinals, make this a 6 or 7 point game.
Sorensen splits to the basket, off the glass, no good. Henry there for the offensive board.
Pull back out here. There you go.
12 seconds on the shot clock. The ball did not hit the rim. Anderson into the lane, kicks it out. Sorensen will take the 3. No, Anderson tracks it down.
Use that clock if you're North Central.
Timeout taken for NCC. They'll talk it over.
I mean, barring going to an overtime here, you're going to hold Wesleyan well under their average in points per game. 66 points so far for the Titans. 82 was the previous low for them. Unless they go to overtime, I don't think that's going to happen.
Illinois Wesleyan's averaging 85.6 points per game. And like you said, they're 20 under that right now. But the impressive thing is that they're beating opponents by 21 points per contest. That is utter domination. And they've faced some pretty good teams.
And this North Central team, let's not forget, they scored 40 points in their last game. 40. It's not hiding it. That's a poor offensive performance. So they really responded well in this one. I know this game's not over. I'm not trying to talk like they won already, but they've really just offensively responded very well and didn't let that last game get to them.
Well, you know, Illinois Wesleyan saw that tape because they saw that Platteville went to that zone defense, and it absolutely confused the heck out of North Central. Tonight they've come out with a better game plan against that zone.
I'm surprised Wesleyan's going away from that zone so often. Right now I wouldn't expect them to because that'll waste some more time. But they only threw it at them from one possession one out of every maybe 10 possessions or something. I thought they'd go to it more. You see when they play Augustana, when they play Elmhurst, they love to go zone against them.
2:24 to play. Cardinals with a couple of offensive rebounds on this possession. Ten on the shot clock. Reardon with it. Backdoor pass. Anderson underneath. Foul!
That is the same exact play they ran earlier in the game. And got the same exact result plus the foul. Good play out of the timeout. Give Coach Reardon a lot of credit there. Coaches don't get enough credit when their plays work out of timeouts. Look at that. He's the only one sitting out of the coaches, too.
That one worked to perfection, and it gets Anderson to the line to try and complete the three-point play. And he does. 7-point affair. Reardon guarding the inbound. About to go into Bonnet. He gets it over to Coleman.
One more stop for the Cardinals, and they're looking pretty good here at Gregory Arena.
73-66, under 2 to play. Drive and a foul. That's Andy Stempel. Been very consistent tonight in his attack against the Cardinal defense. He's 4 of 8 from the floor, 9 points. He'll go to the line looking to try and get into double digits. There's number 10 right there. Stempel came in as the leading scorer, a shade over 15 a contest. Rose right behind him at 14.5, and then Sebring. Trevor Sebring tonight has been the main offensive catalyst for Illinois Wesleyan.
They also had Sorensen in foul trouble, so Sorensen had to be very careful with him. So that's worked to Sebring's benefit. It's always kind of funny watching guys with 4 fouls, how they just stick their arms up everywhere.
Can't do much else. Knocked away by Bonnet. And a foul on Raridan. That's his 4th.
Raridan and Anderson didn't agree on something there. They're trying to figure something out. A little miscommunication.
Looked like Anderson went to Raridan when he wasn't quite in position to bring in a pass. That's what they were talking about on the floor. So now Bonnet back at the line.
Those are the type of turnovers you can't have, especially followed by an immediate foul. I don't know how you say it.
Followed by yeah, I guess that's probably the best way to put that.
And yeah, like you said, that's 4 on Raridan, 4 on Sorensen. Cardinals can't have this go to overtime.
So while this has certainly felt like the women's game in terms of the intensity and the persistence and lead changes, they're hoping that it doesn't go to overtime like the women's game. Raridan able to get it past midcourt. Henry on the drive, backdoor cut. Sorensen lays it off the glass.
Great pass, great find by Erwin Henry, and good finish for the big man.
I really thought Sorensen was going to go up and slam that home.
Send this tape to SportsCenter if you did that.
Cross court, Coleman, a 3, off the shot clock and out of bounds. It'll be coming down the other way with 56 seconds left, and the Cardinals leading by 6. A little surprised that Illinois Wesleyan hasn't called a timeout here as Anderson.
That's what they want to foul.
Yeah, you want to get into Raridan's hands. If they're going to foul somebody, let it be Raridan.
I'm surprised they didn't foul Jagger there.
Oh, spill for Raridan. He'll go to the line for 2. Both teams well into double bonus at this point. 42.5 seconds left, and Raridan can extend this to an 8-point game.
Seems like Raridan, Anderson, Henry, Sorensen, they've all really had some big plays down the stretch here.
In one way or the other, maybe not scoring baskets, but certainly passing the basketball. Erwin Henry, 5 assists, Connor Raridan, 6. Anderson has been an absolute spark plug off the bench tonight, 5 of 8. He's got 12 points and a couple of assists, 3 steals to boot, as Raridan misses the first, and he's not happy with himself.
His father isn't either. A little glare to his son after that one.
Seven-point game. Coleman with the basketball goes to Bosch. Bosch has hit a couple of big threes in this game. Instead, it's Stemple in and out. Hauled in by Erwin Henry, and that might seal it if he can knock down a pair.
You know, Wesleyan, they don't seem like they're too. They seem like a very positive team. You don't see them putting their heads down, giving up, anything like that. They sprint it back to their end there to get back in their spot. That's, as a coach, you come into a tough place like this to play, and a top 10 team in the country. You battled, and you're going to see them again. You're going to get them at your own place, and maybe again in the CCAW tournament. Good defensive effort by the Cardinals today.
Henry with a pair of free throws. Very good, 69 points right now. That's 17 under their season average for Illinois Wesleyan as Bonnet takes a 3. Off the back of the rim, no good, and Raridan pushes it ahead to Henry. Henry will try and wind the clock out. Fouled from behind by Sebring. Henry back to the line, and the Cardinals and their fans already starting to celebrate. They can sense the first conference win of the year is imminent.
It's a good win for the Cardinals, especially coming off a pretty bad loss to Wisconsin Platteville. And this North Central team responded very well. They're going to put up possibly double the points if Henry connects on this one. You know, you wonder if Platteville succeeded with that zone so much, why wouldn't everyone do it? That's what if you're the Illinois Wesleyan fan base, that's what you might wonder too.
Cross-court pass, Bonnet will put up a Hail Mary 3, knocks it through, and makes it an 8-point game. Boy. Henry gets clotheslined by Bosch under the basket.
And a technical foul to Bosch too. That's just an unnecessary foul, and you don't want to see that when the game's decided. You don't want to see anybody get hurt.
So the foul is on Bosch. That's his 4th. And the officials are talking about something. Raritan was in there as well and seemed to have pushed Bosch off of Henry. I certainly don't think that was a malicious foul by Bosch. I don't think he meant to contort Henry in the way that he did.
I'm wondering what the technical for is. I don't know if it's for saying something afterwards or what it is, but he got one.
That's all that matters. So Henry will go to the line for the free throws. And then he might as well just stay there. He's been good tonight from the charity stripe.
Gonna get 4 free throw attempts here.
There's one.
Got a chance to get to 17 points, and now he's at 14.
Two.
The Cardinals are going to win this one by double digits.
Oh, those were the technical free throws. So here are the actual personal foul free throws.
Shooting 2.
Erwin Henry has this late game sequence to thank for 7 now of his points.
Talk about padding the stats.
Hey, he's proven he's a good free throw shooter right now.
It's like practice.
He just hit all 8. 8 in a row. And Coleman will take a 3 as time expires. He hits it, so it does count.
And it won't be a double-digit win.
84-75. Cardinals take down the Titans in a matchup of top 20 teams. They also get their first CCIW win of the season. Impressive overall effort. Alex Sorensen pacing them with 23 points. So the Cardinals improve to 4-1. Illinois Wesleyan drops to 5-1. And North Central certainly looking like the team that was voted upon as the CCIW leader before the season began.
And they bounce back very well. Have Carthage and Milliken next before they take a little break from CCIW play. But you want to start off well in CCIW play. That's the biggest for them, and it's a different little feeling this year as they get going in early December. So if they can start off 2-0 with another win against Carthage on Wednesday, you feel real good as you head into a few non-conference games when you return to CCIW play. And I think that it's pretty clear that they can respond from a tough loss.
Connor Raritan, 19 points. Erwin Henry with 17. Jagger Anderson, 12 points off the bench. Those are the men in double figures for the Cardinals. For Illinois Wesleyan, 5 members in double figures, led by Trevor Sebring with 16. Rhodes with 13. Coleman with 11, thanks to that late 3. And then Bonnet and Stempel with 10 apiece. But overall, while Illinois Wesleyan spread the wealth on offense, the Cardinals went to their big stalwarts down the stretch, and Sorensen and Raritan, and then even Henry getting into the mix as well.
It's a good finish for the Cardinals. They closed out that game very well, and that's what you want to see as a coach. You want to see it. You don't want to see a team crumble on the stretch. You want to make sure they finish strong, and that's what they did today. They made their free throws. That's going to lose you a lot of basketball games, and that's what won them this one today.
That'll do it for us here tonight. Chris Picciolo is our producer and cameraman. We want to thank him. Tim Bacleda and Caleb Donaldson back in the NCTV 17 studios. Big thanks to their help tonight. My color man this evening, Eric Gruber. I'm Kevin Jackman. We'll see you in 4 days. Carthage comes to Naperville for another CCIW matchup on December 7th. That's a 7 o'clock start. We'll see you then on NCTV 17.